Greetings. We'll be just starting now. I request all of you who are sitting at the back to please cup up front, and to all of you to mute your phones. Thank you so much. Which content? अच्छा यही हो ठीक है.
कंट्रोल पी करो. नहीं नहीं उसको मत निकालो, उसको मत निकालो, उसको मत निकालो.
क्यों? thank you for your patience. Medicine advances when curiosity meets responsibility and when innovation remembers the human it serves. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome you all to the AI Impact in Biotech and Medtech Summit, the next frontier, the pre-summit event for the India AI Impact Summit 2026, hosted by Helping Soul Foundation, co-organized by FITT in partnership with Blockchain for Impact under the guidance of India AI Mission. It's a pleasure to have such a distinguished audience gathered to explore how AI is transforming biotechnology and medical technology. I am Akshit Gupta and I'll be your host for today's program. On behalf of the organizers, thank you for joining us for this important dialogue. To kick off our event, I would like to invite Mr. Ashish Dhar Dwivedi from HS Foundation to deliver the welcome address. Mr. Dwivedi is the managing trustee of HS Foundation and a driving force behind today's summit. Please welcome Mr. Dwivedi. Sir, please take the stage.
Thank you, Akshit. A warm welcome, good morning, good afternoon to all of you. It's a heartfelt privilege to have the company of all the esteemed dignitaries, the panelists, the investors, the startups who are pitching today, the students who have gathered, and all my dear friends. Like today morning, we had an auspicious beginning to our event. We had rains coming in, pouring in today. And like all good things in life, when nature blesses the event, it gives me a lot of hope that will then kick off good things instead. On behalf of HS Foundation, we have co-organized this event with FITT, IIT Delhi. I thank them a lot for this, and this would not have been possible without the partnership from Blockchain for Impact, and we were again ably guided by METI and India AI Mission. So this is a lead up. This is a pre-summit event which will lead up to the AI Impact event that will be held on February 16 to 20th, again at Bharat Mandapam. And the topic for our pre-summit event is impact of AI in biotech and medtech, the next frontier that we are exploring. Now, I would like to say that AI which was a concept some time back, is no more a concept. It's here, it's in front of us, and we are dealing with it. And we firmly believe that at the convergence of AI and healthcare, that will be the next big unlock, not only value-wise, but the impact-wise it will have across society. And at that convergence is where HS Foundation particularly, we are striving towards this thing, that the AI and healthcare convergence, the technology that is driving this transformation, it is the next big focus area where India will become the leader in the world. So not only India will help the 1.4 billion people in India, but it will also take leadership position in the global south. We are already seeing massive success stories coming through in this area, and it fills my heart to see a lot of startups. Once we started interacting with all these startups, we came to know that so deep advances have taken place and more are coming through. I'll not take much of your time. I'm thankful and I'm thanking all of you for coming, and I'm hopeful that you will be able to learn and grow together in this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashish ji, for that warm welcome and setting the tone for our pre-summit. As we begin, it's important to understand the objectives and context of today's discussions. To enlighten us on that, I now invite Mr. Ankit Saxena, VP of Investments FITT, to take the stage. Sir would outline the goals of this pre summit and provide context for the themes we'll be exploring. Please welcome Mr. Saxena to the stage.
Thank you and good morning to all of you. What a pleasant morning with the rain showers early this morning. So it was very surprising to see that we'll be able to have this kind of gathering, given that, it was difficult for me to also come out of bed today. In fact, my wife wanted me to take a break today and not be in office, but she told me when I was leaving that whoever you are leaving me for is somebody very dear to you. So that goes out to BFI and HS Foundation because I am here because of all of you. So I am not an expert in AI and not an expert in healthcare or medtech, biotech. But at FITT, we are a startup enabler, founder enabler platform, which can give access to which should give access to a lot of industry connects, investor connects, right kind of mentors, advisors, funding agencies. And I was going through the agenda and I see that there are many distinguished industries, organizations, think tanks which are going to be part of this entire event. So I think for any medtech, biotech startup, today's entire engagement is going to be very interesting. I see that we'll be joined by Dr. Geeta Manjunath will be joining us. We are also expecting Ministry of Electronics and IT because this is a pre-AI summit. So they are already guiding the entire efforts behind this event. We'll also be joined by Gates Foundation, BIRAC, ICAR, Art Park from ISC Bangalore. So I think as an incubator to bring all these organizations together under one roof is something where I feel that we have been successful with BFI and with HS Foundation. So have a great day. Drink a lot of water and have some hot beverages also because it's really cold today. So all the best to all of you and looking forward to having a great and engaging event today. Right? All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. We are honored to have insights from two pioneering leaders in AI-driven healthcare delivered via video messages. First, please direct your attention to the screen for a keynote address from Dr. Geeta Manjunath, founder of Nirmay. Dr. Manjunath is a visionary in AI-based healthcare solutions, and she has prepared a special message for us. Yes, please give us a second. I think we have some technical issues. I don't think this speaker is. Excuse me. Can you give the audio through HDMI? It is going through HDMI only.
forth, which enables point of care testing, enables people to do this testing where there is no availability of doctors, obviously. Doctor ratio, really pathetic ratio, especially in rural areas. So use of AI for these kind of point of care testing really helps you bridge the gap that exists in the healthcare divide in India. There are also multiple startups which are using AI in wearables, how to make sense of it, a lot of apps which give you information, meaningful information using data from different variables, and also enable more preventative mindset. And there are also applications which connect the right doctor to the right patients, and essentially enable telemedicine, and so on and so forth. So there are a bunch of such innovations, EHR, systems and visualization of different data and so on. More digital health oriented where AI is used. Of course, AI is more and more being used in biotech, pharma, and other places. And the fourth segment is also in services. You don't really have to build a product to make an AI-based solution to help create an impact, right? So delivery models where home-based servicing is becoming very common nowadays. Preventative health solutions which are creating some kind of gaming systems, apps again, wellness programs which could be how do we sort of fund your preventive cases, so insurance related innovations and so on and so forth are possible. So AI is used everywhere, and AI of course can be used overall to better the health through improved outcomes, better patient experience, reducing the costs, or simply, most importantly, reducing the diagnostic errors, which is also a major cause of death in many ways, right? So how can AI and doctor come together to reduce this is also another part. So typically, I'm very excited about how AI can really bridge the healthcare divide that exists between the haves and the have-nots, right? So what are the different phases of an entrepreneur's journey? And I know many of you are probably in the fifth phase or maybe in first phase, but this is very important to delve into. So one simple point in every phase, I will just mention in the interest of time. Identifying the problem. Make sure when you say this is the problem I'm solving, it's a problem that is worth solving for the industry, for the healthcare, for the patients, for the doctors, right? So have the discussion with the potential users, with your potential customers and stakeholders, as we call it, and explain the idea. It's okay. Nobody's going to sort of drop off your idea. If you want, of course, you don't have to tell what the solution is. You can say this is the problem I'm solving. Is it worth solving? What are the things I need to take care of? So it's very important to have that discussion, before going ahead and sort of getting into the solution, because it can't be a problem, it can be a theoretical one. Second, when you're prototyping, don't try to prototype the user interface of how it looks now. Prototype the core innovation you are proposing in, right? So it's very, very important. Now, very simply, you can have the user interface, generated with just AI, right? So it's important to call, prototype or create an MVP for the core innovation you are proposing. And so that's very, very important. It could be mock as well, right? But it's important to try and validate your idea and fail early or change your track early than doing it after all the UI is developed. You put this and then, this is not the way, right? This is not really the best way of utilizing your time and money. Clinical validation is super, super important. You have to conduct appropriate clinical studies to show that your idea works. For example, you are working on cancer detection, then showing that the sensitivity and specificity is acceptable to the doctors, so proving with retrospective studies, prospective studies, to prove the accuracy is very, very important. And this is I would say, if you have to spend most time, you have to spend most time early in your startup in the clinical validation, publishing in really good journals, and so on and so forth. When you started, getting into a market, never cross the line of regulatory without proper approvals, right? Regulatory classifications may be different for different countries, and so on and so forth. So it's very, very important to have the right mindset to be open. No, they are not police. It's very, very important to make sure that you have the right regulatory clearances and figure out ways of funding it. And every country may have different regulations, so we need to do that. We need to make sure you take care of it. And for market adoption, try to have some reference customers, with whom you can brainstorm and try to even refine your product, refine your business model, refine your pricing, because you can try multiple business models, just like you do multiple research pathways when you're trying to find a solution. So it's very much important to develop a go-to-market strategy with early adopters and also get key opinion leaders. These are doctors who would sort of stand up and talk about your solution and so on. I want to talk a lot more, but in the interest of time, maybe I'll pause here and again wish you very good luck for whatever startup you're doing, and have a great workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights. Next, we have a keynote address from Dr. Vijay Chandru, co-founder of CRISPITS. Dr. Chandru is a renowned innovator in biotech and AI, and we're excited to hear his perspective. We thank Dr. Chandru for their thought-provoking message. We truly appreciate both Dr. Manjunath and Dr. Chandru for contributing to our event through these video addresses. Innovation is at the heart of this summit. We will now move into our startup pitching session part 1, where we'll be hearing from 6 emerging startups, each showcasing their AI-driven solutions in biotech and medtech. Each startup will have 5 minutes to present their innovation. To lead this session, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Sanchita Chaudhary from Blockchain from Impact to the state. Dr. Chaudhary will be the moderator for the startup pitches. Please welcome Dr. Sanchita Chaudhary. Please.
Thank you, Akshat. Greetings. I'm Sanchita Chaudhary from Blockchain for Impact, and welcome to all the innovators, experts, policymakers, investors, and all the stakeholders to this event. Now that the context is set, and we have heard from 2 pioneers and experts from India in this area, the startup pitch is a session. It's not the regular investor pitch. The startup pitch is to provide an overview of the kind of innovations that innovators in India are working on for AI interventions in healthcare. So as Akshat mentioned, we have 6 startups pitching in this part of the session. And we will, without wasting any more time, I'll call upon the first startup, Solvin MedTech, Dr. Yash. Please pitch in 5 minutes.
Yeah, good morning to one and all. So one day when I was conducting my OPD, a patient came saying that, Dr. Yash, my cancer is gone, but why is my arm bigger every month? This is what a 48-year-old school teacher, post-breast cancer survivor, came with all the tumor markers normal, and her left arm heavy, painful, and so swollen that she stopped writing on the blackboard. Clinically, this is what post-mastectomy lymphedema looks like. She is not an exception. Every year in India, we see like 3 lakhs breast cancer patients, and 1 in every 6 women of this treated breast cancer suffer from lymphedema. So, from a clinician's perspective, the lymphedema is not just a cosmetic problem. It leads to pain, recurrent infections, and restricted shoulder movements. Measurable drop in quality of work-life balance and productivity. On paper, there are treatments, but at bedside they failed at 3 major test levels. The time and adherence. The patient needs to come for the therapy sessions to a hospital. That takes around 1 to 2 hours of his or her day-to-day work. The comfort and accessibility and the cost. Clinically, the problem is very clear. We know that the good compression therapy reduces the swelling and complications, but our current tools are not designed for the daily life of the patient. So, bringing the therapy to the patient during our clinical immersion in KGMU, we sat with the breast cancer surgeon, physiotherapist, and dozens of patients. What we heard from them that the treatment helps, but we cannot come to the hospital every day to sit. So here is our solution. The workflow. Workflow is a wearable compression system that wraps around the affected limbs, connects to a compact battery operated controller, and delivers sequential pneumatic compressions based on the patient's own limb profile. The sequential programmable compressions, multiple air chambers in the sleeves are inflated and deflated and controlled sequentially, mimic the manual drainage and the technique of the lymphatic fluid, which is a physiological entity. We have a novel compression algorithm. Our custom controller adjusts pressure levels and timings embedded in the algorithm, allowing the therapy to be personalized to the limb size and stage of the disease, and the patient comfort, clinically accepted within the pressure range. We have a smartphone enabled application that allows the clinician to set a protocol, track the sessions, and adjust the setting remotely, turning a one-time device sale into a continuous monitoring therapy relationship. The device is deliberately simple for patient's perspective, a light controller and a breathable sleeve, and one button operation. For a surgeon, it offers something that current hospital pumps do not. Truly portable and the ability to prescribe home-based protocol. So, the validations of the workflow, we have developed this device in collaboration with IIT Kanpur and the clinical guidance of the KGMU faculties. We are under the clinical trials under CDSO and Indian regulatory pathway. And the market is around 500 crores in India of lymphedema therapy, and increasing around 12.4 CGR in India, and globally it is increasing around 6.8% CGR. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yash. We can take one question, comment, remark from the audience. No questions for Dr. Yash? Okay. Yeah, Dr. Ravi has a question.
You are planning to have different sizes for age groups and for arm, legs, different.
Yes, sir. So we are developing two different sizes right of now for adults, for the leg, the upper limb and the lower limb, and those sizes could be customized according the patient, and the app would be also accessing the arm size and the limb, the swelling size, and then giving the therapy.
So what is your status on the regulatory journey?
Sir, it is ongoing.
Have you identified the class and?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
What will be the cost of this?
Sir, it is planned to be around 15 to 20,000, and in market the available devices are around 2 lakhs to 3 lakhs.
और जो मार्केट में एग्जिस्टिंग है बहुत सारे ऑलरेडी हैं और डीवीटी पंप से काफ़ी सिमिलर लग रहे हैं, तो और बहुत सारे अभी मार्केट में ऑलरेडी डीवीटी पंप जो हैं जो सिमिलर ही वर्क कर रहे हैं, तो उससे क्या डिफरेंस?
So the pressure range is different, and the lymphatic drainage is physiologically designed with which aligns with the human body.
दोनों के बेनिफिट्स में अगर मैं देखूं तो क्या फ़र्क होंगे, उतना मुझे तो नहीं लग रहा है, तो इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा डिटेल में मुझे एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं? ओके।
Thank you, Dr. Yash. Our next startup who would be pitching is Enhanced Innovations. Mr. Prerit Mittal, the founder.
Hi, I'm Prerit Mittal, founder of Enhanced Innovations. So we'll be presenting today Float-On, our cold chain device. On a cold winter day, cold chain is something that you might not want to listen to, but please humor me. It's a big problem that we are solving. So as you know, there's a huge problem of last mile cold chain in India. So we have 50% wastage in vaccines at the last mile. We have in blood transfusion, 25% of the blood bags get lost. They can also cause life-threatening diseases if administered to patients. And then in pharma and biotech, we have 14 billion losses world over at the last mile cold chain points. So what is the root cause? So there's no active temperature control in the current passively cold systems of ice packs and other PCM materials. We are using active cooling materials such as thermoelectric cooling modules in Float-On, which is a smart active cooling carrier. So it ensures 4 degree centigrade of temperature, which is the best for biologic transportation. And we offer about 10 hours at 50 degrees Celsius and about 14 to 16 hours in 35 degree ambient temperature. We reduce wastage through IoT and data analytics, which is low-touch AI. We also have edge AI based into the system itself. And we save energy by being solar-powered, and we are 30% more energy efficient than the given solutions in the market. And also, we don't use any refrigerants, so that's part of the COP26 studies. We currently are doing about 50 units working order we are fulfilling. We have letter of intent for about 200 more units. We have done our trials in about 20 sites based across India, from deserts of Bikaner to the jungles in Karnataka. And we have, our product costs about 60,000, and with the recurring revenue with AMC and software for about 5,000. That's it from us. Yeah.
Thank you. One question, please, or comment. Yeah, Dr. Shweta.
Thank you, Prerit. Very exciting innovation. I am Dr. Shweta from Blockchain for Impact. I just have one question. You mentioned that it's IoT supported.
Yes.
So is it also compatible with even platforms?
It can be made compatible. So
Okay.
it's basically sharing of APIs from our
Right.
system to even. So that's not going to be a trouble for us.
Okay.
So it depends upon what sort of data even requires, right? So we give GPS locations, we give inside chamber temperatures, outside ambient temperature. So it depends upon what even requires. We'll be able to kind of work with that.
Sure.
So we have an integrated 5G, 4G module in the system. Plus we also have Bluetooth connectivity if 4G and 5G fails.
So that's something in the pipeline? if I
No,
understand
that's
it right.
already inbuilt into the device.
Okay. Sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Our next startup is Ripple Healthcare Private Limited. May I request the founder, Kaushal Kothari. This is yours.
Good morning. Let me just start with a quick video. One second. Okay, I think it's not working. So, hi everyone, I'm Kaushal, founder of Ripple Healthcare. At Triple Healthcare, we build medical devices very specifically for our senior citizens, that is our dada, dadis, nana, nanis. A common problem seen across the globe in every household is our elders fall. They fall often due to their medical conditions, balance issues, and maybe their chronic conditions. And falls leads to longer hospitalization, permanent disability, and even painful death. One of the most sinister consequences of a fall is a serious hip fracture, which is also the costliest osteoporotic fracture in the entire healthcare ecosystem. Unfortunately, the problem is so atrocious that 40% of elderly people who fall die within 1 year of a hip injury, and the rest are partially or completely dependent on their caregivers. That is why most of the clinicians say hip fracture is beginning of an end. To solve this huge global atrocious problem, we at Triple Healthcare have built a smart wearable device called APre, which is technology patent granted device. Let me just show you the working of the device. As you can see, the device is comfortable, ultra soft to wear. It has a magnetic buckle at the back which aligns itself, making the donning and doffing process much easier and quicker for an elder person. The sensors on the belt understands the person's risk of fall, their gait, due to which the airbags which is there to protect their hip bone gets inflated if the risk of the fall is high. As the wearer comes in the resting state, when there is no risk of fall, the cushions automatically deflate, giving them supreme comfort. Once the person comes back in the state where he or she can have a fall, the cushions automatically inflates under a second. So no recurring cost is there, and the inflation of the cushion happens under a second. The AI part in the device is apart from effective protection, the device also tracks, monitors, and remotely understand their gait, postural sway, balance, and getting all of that data into our ML algorithm, we are able to predict whether the person can have a fall in the upcoming future. And once we know that the probability of the person falling, we can give them the necessary interventions and notification to them and to their caregivers to prevent them from falling in the first place itself. Also, there is a direct correlation between the cognitively impairment as well as their gait or as well as their daily activities which the device tracks. So if week on week we see if the walking pattern or stride length or their gait is being or slowing in their walking, that also results into some decreasement of their cognitive abilities. We are not claiming what is the issue, but we suggest them they should get in touch with a neurosurgeon. Currently, we are in our clinical validation stage. Our clinical trials are ongoing at AIIMS New Delhi, and we already have got very good feedback from our users. And more than 120 plus people have been tried our device for long-term use, and we have co-created with them and keep on improving for more comfort and for more betterment of the device. Very recently, we also got a national visibility in coming in a show called Idea Buzz by ZTV, similar to Shark Tank India, where we were able to showcase the device, and we have been supported very well with many prestigious organizations like BIRAC, BFI, and they have supported us in our journey, and we are very thankful and grateful to them. Thank you. So this is the team. We are a team of designer, doctor, engineer, entrepreneur coming together with a singular vision to solve challenges of our elders, and we are supported with AIIMS and IIT Delhi in our journey as well. Very well actually supported. All of our trials and testings are happening in these two major institutions. At last, I would like to state thank you. And what we are building is not just a mere orthopedic intervention, but a catalyst that will enable, empower, and help the millions of lives elderly worldwide. Thank you so much. Looking forward to your feedbacks, questions, and interests, if any. Thank you. I'm also happy to catch with anyone during our lunch or networking event. Thank you.
Yeah. One question. Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
How is your competition landscape?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Wonderful question. At this point, we see our competitors in two segments. One is in active area and one other in the passive area. So what do I mean by active is a device which is having airbags and other association. So no active competitor in India apart from us. There are passive devices. What are passive is just an undergarment with hip pads. So those are there in the market. but again they have their own set of challenges, that is they are uncomfortable, they are bulky, they cause more harm to the user like pressure sores and other things, and thus it has not been very well recommended by the clinicians. So those are the challenges with our competitors. And if we speak about active competitors, we have global competitors, no one present in India, and all of them are coming as in each country has one of the company working in their own geographical area. For example, US has Tango, China has S Airbag, Vogue is in Netherlands, Fallsafe is in Australia. So all the developed countries mostly has one or the other company, similar airbags. The only difference that we have, for which we have got the patent, is we use air as the medium to inflate the cushion rather than having a pre-filled cartridge, that is a CO2 canister, which deploys or explodes the airbag under a second. So that is our major USP and major difference. So we don't have any recurring cost whatsoever.
So, can this be integrated into the garment?
Yes, we are actually working in that. That has one of the feedback that we have, getting from our users. So we are working in, because we have all of these things is done in-house. We already have one tailor G and one master G in-house in our team. So because of which we are able to very quickly prototype and make it a garment, and actually we are building it, and for the head also we are building at this point. Yeah.
Kaushal, thank you for presenting. A quick question. A lot of these falls actually happen when these elderly are having a bath, right? Typically, that's not a time when anyone is wearing any garment, right? So, is that a problem you're planning to solve for, and if yes, how?
It's this is one of the things that actually keeps me awake in the night, because this is a biggest challenge, and yes, one of the common areas to see falls is in the washrooms, and unfortunately, as you mentioned, nothing can be done over there. So what the best thing that we have done is we have collaborated with other companies who make anti-slip mats and grab bars, and we are bundling up with our product, because those products are the best products in that environment. At least they can prevent the fall in those conditions. So when a person buys HipPro, we complimentarily give an anti-slip mat and as well as a grab bar which they can install in their homes. So this is how we are trying to holistically protect them overall.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So our next startup is Tantrish Dynamics.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Myself Anamika, founder and CEO of Tantrish Dynamics Private Limited. So today I am here to present a flagship innovation, that is CallPI, which is basically a AI-powered mobile application designed to make early detection of cervical cancer more affordable, accessible, and reliable in low-resource setting areas. Because if we talk about this cervical cancer, it is the most prevalent cancer affecting women. In India, it is the second most prevalent cancer, which is basically happened due to the HPV virus and can be sexually transmitted too. If we talk about the year of life loss, which is highest, that is 26 years. Even breast cancer is the first most prevalent cancer, the year of life loss is lesser than the cervical cancer. So what's alarming is it's preventable and treatable if detected early. Yet millions of women are never screened due to lack of resources, lack of knowledge, lack of social stigma, because it's a vaginal imaging. So most of the women are not that much comfortable for this kind of screening. There are several screening methods are available in the market, like pap smear, via villi, colposcopy, and HPV DNA test. Colposcopy has a gold standard for diagnosis, but apart from that, it has some major limitation. It is highly subjective. It is not available everywhere because of its high cost, and it also required trained and clinicians for the particular screening. So now here our app called PI come into the picture, because integration of AI will enhance the accuracy, will provide more consistent and efficient result, and also provide and also empower clinicians, because there are so many things which can be missed by the eye but can be easily detected by the AI. So for that we are training our model with the colposcopic images, and there will be no physical attachment required. We are classifying our images from healthy to SIN 1, 2, 3, that is likely to be precancerous stages. So if we talk about the market potential, it is enormous, because if we talk about the current screening rate, it is less than 1% in India, which is very minuscule. To cover at least 70% of the women for the screening, we required approx 32 crore women in India only. So if we talk about the competitors, there are no direct competitors right now in the market. There are some traditional competitors there like pap smear, which has high specificity but low sensitivity. But if we talk about the colposcopy, it has high sensitivity because it can detect from healthy to inflammation, erosion, and then SIN 1 to 3, that is likely to be precancerous stages. So on that basis, we have calculated our TAM, SAM, SOM. So because it's a SAMD, we are providing SaaS-based subscription to different PSCs, CSCs, hospitals, and diagnosis centers. So if we talk about our progress, we have supported by SIIC, IIT Kanpur, we are supported by BITS Pilani, we are supported by STPI, Medtech COE, SGPGI, Lucknow, and we have also represented our startup in IEC 89 journal meeting, which was held in September at Bharat Mandapam, and we have also received some grants and funds from different government schemes. So thank you so much.
Questions for Tantrish Dynamics? Please
Hello,
introduce
nice
yourself in the
presentation.
interest of
Yes,
the
this is
innovator.
Dr. Arun Sharma from Indian Biological Data Center.
Okay, sir.
And I am handling the Indian Biological Images Archive there. So my question is little bit technical. How many images did you use to train these AI models? And
So, sir, to validate our theory, because whenever we pitch, people say it's a theoretical model, it's not practically possible. So, to show them it's practically feasible, so we have trained our model with 800 images. Okay. So for that, we are getting our accuracy, that is F1 score is 95%. So we have targeted our data set approx 1 lakh images. So it will increase the accuracy or provide more better results. So initially we have file for our test license. So when it will come, we will start our first pilot with MNR Allahabad.
okay, thank you.
Any more question?
So can you show us how this would actually work in a clinical setting?
Sir, we have a small video that I can show you afterwards. I have a video in mind. I will show you.
We have no more questions. Thank you so much for your
Thank you so much.
presentation.
Thank you so much.
So now we have the last startup in this session, Primary Health Tech. May I request Ekta to come and present?
Okay, I'll remove this. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, BFI, and thank you to Dr. Sanchita, meeting, very wonderful being on the stage here. I'll be talking about this innovation called MobileApp. My company name is Primary Health Tech. I'm the core team member from this company. So this product is all about the diagnostics. So every one of us belongs from the city area, or some of us are belonging from the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So इस समय के दौर में भी अभी तक हमारा डायग्नोस्टिक लोकेशन पे डिपेंड करता है. इसी वजह से हम लोगों ने इस प्रोडक्ट को बनाया है. सो दैट हमारी लोकेशन से हमारा डायग्नोस्टिक डिपेंड ना करे. अगर हम tier 2 एंड tier 3 सिटीज़ से भी बिलोंग करते हैं, इट शुड नॉट बी डिलेड बिकॉज ऑफ द ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, लॉजिस्टिक्स, और आपका सैम्पल्स कहीं पे जा रहे हैं, वहाँ से डिले होकर आ रहा है, ट्रीटमेंट आपका डिले हो रहा है. दिस इज़ व्हाट इज़ हैपनिंग इन मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया. 70% of our population still lives in the rural part of India, and वहाँ पर लोग आज भी यही सफ़र कर रहे हैं that they have to visit to the doctor, they have to give the sample will travel to the city, and then they'll get the results, and the treatment will start from there. So what we have tried to solve is हम लोगों ने एक accessible, which you can see I'm carrying my device with me. It is very portable, which we have enabled with AI also. So it is portable. We are able to perform all the basic lab tests like your kidney profile, liver profile, lipid profile, anemia, diabetes, all the test can happen within this briefcase within 30 minutes. This is the problem what we are trying to solve, that can happen, that can enable the testing right on the spot. And it has been made with the digitalization also. So I do not need high capex investment. मुझे बहुत infrastructures की ज़रूरत नहीं है. I can do the testing right on this table of all of you in this ecosystem itself. So then in this diagnostics, we are doing all these tests. We have enabled with this like AI layer. So this event is all about AI. So we are trying to incorporate AI into this. In healthcare ecosystem, there are 4 stakeholders. So one is the, of course, the patient, then the physician, then the pathologist, and the lab testing. So lab testing जब करते हैं तो हम लोग lab technicians लिए करते हैं. For that matter, I have made a train.ai feature. Because what happens in the ground level is, in rural departments, that the lab technician is not very well trained. They are taking the sample very, I would say, very carelessly, or the sample is not taken at the right temperature, or it has not been transported at the right temperature. There are multiple issues right there. So what I have done is कि मेरे को minimal training में मैं training दे सकती हूँ lab technician को. I have reached out with the algorithm. मैंने 2 lakh testing से अपने उसको IoT को train किया है. Then I have made this patho.ai for the pathologist so that he can flag the abnormality. अगर मेरे को 100 patients करने हैं तो वो 2 से 3 patients में ही abnormality अगर उनको दिखती है तो he will have that sufficient time to review that patho.ai. My AI will tell him the correlation between the diabetes and the kidney issues. So whatever is the pathologist has to review practically, that my AI tool will help them, and it can reduce the time. Then the third one is the predict.ai, that is for the physician. So whatever abnormalities are been identified in the lab test, what are the consequences afterwards in the long term, that will be helped by my AI in the predict.ai. Ultimately is the wellness.ai, which is for the patient. So अगर आपकी reports में कोई abnormalities दिखी हैं, what can you do in your daily life course to help you enable to overcome those problems? What dietary changes, what exercises, what wellness things you can adapt in your life to help that. So this is my product. So number one is the hardware, which we have of course innovated, which is 95% accurate. It has been validated against 2 lakh clinical trials data, happened at various hospital, 10 plus NABL accredited hospital. We are CDSO certified, we are CDSO licensed, ISO certified. We have been given the certification from the prestigious organization like ICMR, who have validated my device against gold standard devices. So 95% accuracy is achieved. That was the number one motive behind making this device. Second one is the software. So I have made this application and a digital dashboard for the analytics part and to help the people. किसी भी रीजनल लैंग्वेज में आप इस एप्लीकेशन को टेस्ट कर सकते हैं. ऑल द इंस्ट्रक्शंस आर देयर इन द एप्लीकेशन. द टेक्नीशियन नीड नॉट टू रिमेंबर एनीथिंग कि कितना उनको कौन सा स्टेप कहाँ पर स्किप करना है. इट विल बी मिनिमाइज इन दैट लेयर. देन द थर्ड वन द AI layer, which I have just explained. So competitive landscape, of course, there are global players who are working on the high bench top. There are large infrastructure is required, large capex investment is required. बहुत बड़े बड़े machines चाहिए होते हैं testing करने के लिए. They wait for the people samples to be collected in a large volume so that they can run the testing. In my device, I can test one single sample at once also. There will be no wastage of the reagents and there will be no delay in the time thing which I have been doing. The low cost which I have been trying to work on that I will make it low cost. I will reduce the time. I will make it instant. That was the prime motive behind making this product. As I mentioned, 2 lakh plus tests have already been done and we are already commercial. We are not in the pilot stage. We have already deployed 200 plus devices in 10 plus states. We have got the distributors also. We have got 18 patents. We have got 5 publications. So we are running into the market with a successful rate. We have been part of the health camps, corporate wellness structures like CSRs and PSCs, CSCs. So we are also getting into the government. We have been validated by Indian Army at 7 locations in extreme temperatures, in minus 20 degrees Celsius to plus 45. So yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation. Open for questions, comments, please. Yes.
Thank you.
Currently, what's the cost of this mobile app And what's your go-to market strategy?
So, ma'am, the cost is like 1.5 lakh rupees. And the go-to-market strategy, so we are working in, like, of course, we are selling the device. We are going B2B right now. We are also, like, there are consumables which will be required. So we'll be working on this recurring business model, reagent model. And we are targeting like the digital clinics. We are targeting the government sector. We are targeting the pharmacy stores. We are targeting the nursing homes in the rural areas. And the CSR foundation, the corporate wellness sectors. The market potential in India is 156 billion in preventive healthcare, and in illness it is 1.2 billion. So we are targeting to reach at least like at least 10%. That will be a bigger scale, but yeah. So we like in the last year we have done approximately 50 lakh rupees of revenue which we have generated. In this financial year we are closing in 5 CR, and in next financial year we are aiming for 50 CR.
I think for the validation part, I had a quick question because you said ICMR.
Yes, ma'am.
First phase is validated. The software, is it validated or not?
Software is like invalidated. Can you?
Your AI model, is it validated or not?
Okay, that I have to check because we have like built our own AI model, and it has not been. I would not say that I do have any written documents from ICMR or any hospital for that matter. But we are.
The lab part is validated. I just wanted to check the AI part. Is it?
Yeah. We are under validation for that.
Yeah, and one more correction. Please don't say it's 70-30 anymore for the rural. Okay. We are very much urbanized. So when you said 70% is still in the rural, I would correct you.
Okay.
We are not.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
It is as per the 2023 data, which is available.
No, it is fine. Yeah. No, it is not. Please check the urbanization data. It is
Sure.
not. It's,
Sure.
So it's extremely urbanized.
All
now.
right.
Yeah.
Is this AI part of your mobile app or the mobile app? The AI thing which you just presented in your slide, the third.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's a part of mobile app or it's the part of your app?
So ma'am, it is a complete ecosystem. So mobile app is a device जो कि काम करता है application से ही. So application phone connect करना होता है मुझे device से, and then the application generates the results, and there only the AI is also there present in the application. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, I think thank you, Ekta.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, we have one more presentation to go. Eigengram. Mr. Subhav Sinha.
Hi, am I audible? Hi, I'm Subhav. I'm the founder of Eigengram. So we are an AI startup in medicine and drug discovery. So what we are exactly building is a healthcare intelligence layer. So what exactly a healthcare intelligence layer means, for example, finding the understanding if Alzheimer is just a brain disorder or also a immunity or liver disorder. If there is a vitamin B deficiency in non-vegetarians, what is the root to that? Say if Omicron, which was very severe, why didn't it affect it as deep as Delta wave? Or if we could basically find repurposed candidates for tuberculosis. So we are basically building a AI factory or a foundational layer to basically build multiple models across the different modalities, right from text to images to molecular data to structured to unstructured data, to find a lot of findings around that. So where do we stand at this point of the time? So we have recently got a ICMR grant where we are a co-PI with AIMS Delhi on AML. We are also discovering CAR-NK based antibodies for CD123 candidates. We have entered into partnership with CSIR, CDRI on discovering antibodies and small molecule for dengue. Then one of our findings on pancreatic cancer, where we discovered driver genes, it got its wet lab results and it was published in the Science Direct journal. So coming back to how some of our product look like. So for example, this is one of the suit which is on AI-based imaging, where we are segmenting the lesions to identify where there is cancer or not. This was something where we are doing the object detection. So in sum total, we are building, these are some of the our own generated vectorized search engines, where we are able to mine resources from multiple publications, multiple curated data set. So in sum total, we have created a kind of, these are some of the CDSS, decision support system tool that we created with different of our partners. So yeah, so in sum total, we are basically a AI factory across the different modality of data, and yeah, that's it.
Questions, thoughts, comments, please?
Slides on the ocular structure as well as the one in liver models. First one is like, what is the so what? In the sense you develop these models already, you discovered a correlation.
Sorry, can you be a bit slow?
Once you develop a correlation coefficient, what do you do with it?
I couldn't get your question. Can you please repeat?
Let's say if you go one slide previous.
This one?
All right, breast oncology.
Yeah.
Segmentation.
Yeah.
Right? You say early stage identification. How early?
Early stage.
From the existing system of detection, let's take Niramais, for example. How early?
So I will give you some of the anecdotal cases that have happened that we basically tried solving. So one of our patient, they were going through multiple, I would say, multiple consultation with different doctors, and who had, I would say, a previous history of one of our relative who was also diagnosed with.
I understand the story, but what I'm trying to say is, let's say, can you
so
put
we
a
don't
metric
have
around
an exact figure whether it is 3 months or 6 months.
Okay, got it.
So, but that particular patient, the doctor said that maybe to keep repeating after 6 months, because whatever we have predicted, there are nodes which have been identified, but it is not something which have.
So, second part is, you mentioned RAG model. Are you creating a RAG model, or are you using a RAG architecture?
So we have created our own vectorized system.
Okay.
So we are vectorizing, we are creating our own embedding system.
With what data?
With what data? So it's a mix. If you are using the publicly available data, so there we are
Public
using
available
PubMed.
data from India?
PubMed.
That's global.
Yeah, that's global data. And if there is also a possibility that...
No, the reason I'm asking is, you create a RAG model.
I'm answering your question. Wait. So there is also, say suppose if you have own Excel data, like in a lot of data that we have own data, so we have also vectorized over there, and then you can basically answer on that.
I understand the process. My question is, see, this is vitamin B12. Using global data to build a RAG model for India. That's why I was trying to. Are you using some Indian data source at least?
So that's where I say that it is a curated structure.
Got it.
If you have your own Indian data set, you can basically have it over a RAG model on the Indian data set. If you want to use a global data set, you use the PubMed.
So currently it is global, right?
So curated, I say that it is also where we have created on our own local system also. Say suppose some of the data that we have processed and we want to search over it. Some of the data where you want to basically find the anecdotal sources from the PubMed, or if you want to do an automated literature review.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
I'm actually a bit confused. So your offering really are the data pipelines, data and training pipelines.
Sorry, sir.
Your offering is data and the data pipelines for training. That's
No,
your
sir.
offering.
We are basically becoming a clinical intelligence layer. So like in the very first slide that I mentioned.
Yeah, that's fine. This may be a positioning challenge for you too. I'll just, because there are so many different things, from pose estimation to RAG models to everything, right? So these are various types of AI models, from all sorts of classical computer vision models, right? You have various types of, and this is what everyone's doing, right? So what exactly is your positioning? Are you selling one particular model? Are you selling the infrastructure? So when you say we are becoming the intelligent, I'm just giving a feedback. I don't need a response from you. You'll need, because lots of folks are positioning this way.
So
you're going to have a challenge in the market.
We have created a very deep integrated architecture across the different modality where our models are building models. So it's a hybrid of a Databricks of healthcare, where we have already created those pipeline across the different modalities, and that is where the reflection of the different models that we have produced come into picture. The findings out of those, say from mainly the publicly available data, then basically becomes the intelligence layer over the top of it. Yeah. Yep.
Which type of data you have used to train your model? Like it's a Medline or the full text model, means full text for literature. So which text you have used?
So like I answered to sir earlier, so it is basically a architecture where according to your need, you can put in your data. Say suppose if you just want to create a chatbot on sepsis, or if you want to just create a chatbot on say pediatric oncology. So basically, and if you want to just build on abstract, you can pull and extract over there. That is one pipeline. If you want to do on the full text, which are the PMC available data, so it is up to the user who can basically define the layer on what they want to vectorize and search over.
Okay, so it's a sort of framework you are providing.
Yeah, it's a kind of the framework that we are providing. Okay. Internally for our processing, we have used whatever data which is publicly available for different diseases to reduce the noise and to get the more specific data. So,
and the last you have provided in the stack, that is the pipeline. I think last slide.
This one?
Yeah. So you are providing the interactome, multi-omics. It's also the sort of
So
framework?
we are very deep into drug discovery, where we started at we are discovering antibodies with CDRI. We are discovering antibody for one of our startup. So we have very deep suite across the entire value chain of the drug discovery preclinical in silico side, I would say.
Okay. So means it's let's say in the case of user sites. So user have to provide this multiple layer of the data.
So on drug discovery side, we are not providing tool as such. We are providing more of a service come tool. I would say we are not moving as a SaaS engine over there, but we are collaborating to discover the molecules, discover the driver genes over there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you then.
Yeah.
So with this, we've come to the close of this session of Startup Pitches. You can continue the discussions with the innovators offline as well. Over to Akshit.
You can take the mic and speak.
Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary, for guiding us through those amazing startup pitches. And thank you to each and every one of these startups for showcasing us such innovative solutions. It's inspiring to see the creativity and impact emerging from these teams. Now we begin our first panel discussion of the day. This panel will delve into the opportunities and challenges of the intersection of AI, biotech, and medtech, from ethical considerations to scaling innovations. The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Anand Bhan from Blockchain from Impact. Dr. Bhan is a renowned expert in bioethics and global health. Joining him on the panel are four distinguished experts. Dr. Raghu Dharmaraju, representing Art Park as IISc, who brings expertise in AI robotics in healthcare. Dr. Mona Duggal from ICMR, with deep experience in public health research and policy. Ms. Sonia Gandhi from BIRAC, who offers a perspective on biotech, innovation funding and support. Mr. Arjun Venkatraman from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, with insights into global health initiatives and scaling impact. Now I would like to invite Dr. Anand Bhan and all the panelists to please come up on stage. Dr. Bhan, the stage is all yours.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, it's already good afternoon, everyone. All right, so I think the energy levels are a bit low. I didn't hear enough of applause for all of the startups which presented. I think it takes some effort and some gumption to come on stage and present. It can always be a bit intimidating. So can we celebrate all of the startups which presented? They're friends of ours, yeah. Thank you for all of your hard work. All right, so there was a certain intentionality in why we decided to have the ethics and regulation session first. And the idea was that, we want to position ethics and regulation as an enabler. We don't want you to envisage these as areas which are barriers. And towards that, we have set up the stellar panel of colleagues who bring expertise from academia, research, from the government sector in terms of implementation, from the funder space. And the idea is to build a narrative around and leverage their experience around why ethics and regulation is important, and also probably give you some practical tips around how to approach this area. Now, of course, as you would know, we are at this interesting cusp where there is a lot happening. In fact, I was just talking to colleagues that there seems to be so much AI-driven conversations happening that I wonder if any of us actually has the time to do AI-based work, because everyone is seemingly in meetings and talking about AI, so who's actually doing the AI work? And of course, one imagines then AI at the background is operating and doing some work. But anyway, so, AI, it seems sometimes that there is so much of hope and hype around AI. Like everyone thinks that, AI will probably solve a lot of our challenges in the health space, some of which have been intractable. And maybe there is a lot of value certainly in there, but we also need to talk about what are the kind of, possibilities, maybe where we need to be a bit more careful, how ethics and regulatory guardrails can help us move in a direction where there is a certain level of confidence at the level of the clinician, at the level of the patient, the community, the policymaker who has to make a decision around investments, etc. And so hopefully we will try to talk to some of those, and especially so as a country, I think we are already a global leader, and especially so in the global south. So what can we do to ensure that we build a system which is reliable and which really draws confidence, so that we can, of course, use that for our own public health needs in India, but also hopefully build products which are for the global community, right? So towards that, we will talk about issues around patient autonomy, data privacy, algorithmic fairness, accountability, trustworthiness, etc. Already, as many of you know, we have some guidance documents from ICMR, from the India's AI governance group, and there is more on the anvil. I'm sure you might have already seen those. But there's a lot of work happening in the background as well to try to develop further models which can work for us, right? And hence this panel, which has been specially curated to try to have that conversation. So I'll join the panel now, but to get us started, maybe I can get Raghu, you to speak first. Now, many of you will probably know Raghu. Raghu's been an active contributor to this ecosystem for many years, and Raghu and his colleagues at Art Park have been working on this issue around AI and health, and including public health, including also through challenges through COVID, etc. So Raghu, maybe I want to start with a slightly more provocative question to you, which is to say that, AI has been positioned as being a very useful solution in areas such as tuberculosis, right? And one would think that a problem of doing mass screening using AI-based approaches, X-rays, etc., is something that we should have now been able to implement in communities. But we are many years into that experiment, and so what are the kind of challenges and constraints why we've not been able to get there? And what are the kind of lessons from your own experience out of working during the pandemic, but also with sort of chronic diseases like TB in this space?
Sure. Perhaps the biggest challenge is often the thinking that AI is the solution, right? AI is never the solution by itself, right? It has to be integrated into the workforce, and you need to know precisely what exactly the role of AI is, right? Taking the example of TB, right? TB you would think is an old problem and it's been solved. But if you compare it to the denominator, the kind of scaling that has happened of these solutions is not as much as one would have thought, given that 8 years ago I thought the technology problem was solved. Now, why is that the case? One, it took a lot of time for folks to come together and say, these are the specific use cases, and this is the patient journey, and here is where AI is going to be used by different sets of users precisely this way. Is it active case finding? Is it triaging in a facility setting when someone comes up with symptoms? Or is it tracking response to disease? Right? These are 3 different use cases. It's not just AI X-ray for TB. Right? And till today, we actually do not have the data sets where someone walks in with an algorithm X and says, hey, it does these things. Or they just come in precisely validated for which of these things does it work. The second issue is none of these folks actually use the same algorithm year on year. They are updating and they don't deploy the same algorithm everywhere. So what does it mean to centrally at one time or one place validate these things and deploy? And this is a challenge that various adopters are facing, right? So we essentially need to take a systems view, be precise about the use cases, just like a drug. You don't say drug for obesity, right? You don't say drug for TB. You don't say drug for diabetes. We are very precise about what that drug is supposed to do. And that precision has to be there in AI use case definition, indication, so to say, and hence the validation system. Only thing is it can't be one-time validation. It has to be decentralized, ongoing, right? These are some of the challenges, right? And yeah, data is at the core. We can come back to that and how we treat data, because it's not just data lakes. You need purpose specific data sets and what the filtration mechanisms are. It's not about bottles of water. It's about the filtration system that will keep generating bottles of water.
Yeah, I'm a bit sensitive to water and filtration coming from Madhya Pradesh, where we just have had some contaminated water related deaths. And actually, and it's not something to joke about, but it's just, yeah. But to your response, so you spoke about sort of building algorithms, applying them. Where does ethics and regulation fit in? What role do you see coming from academia and working in this space? I will come to that. Maybe but you want to speak to that?
No, see. Ethics and regulation. I think we are mixing up a lot of things when we say ethics and regulations. That's first something to say. I use this whole analogy of we are placing a lot of burden on AI as if it's a person, right? Is AI ethical? What is ethical AI? It's like saying ethical knife, right? It comes down to the designers and the users and the operators of it, right? So there is the process and mental modes is important. The regulators too, the technology is such that I don't think regulators' approach itself has to be more decentralized, I think, for AI. That's the fundamental thing, because we are never going to be able to stay ahead of it, and we are never going to be able to just test it for 300 users and say it's done, right? That just seems tough. Difficult, fallacy problem.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting point when you say decentralization, and maybe I'll come to you, Mona, now. So Mona, you've worked in the academia sector. You've been a researcher in the public health space, including using digital technologies, right? And as someone who worked in an academic institution, and now you are at ICMR, you're looking at sort of leading digital health and data sciences for ICMR. What do you see that kind of a decentralized model looking like, let's say at an institutional level, so that individual researchers who are engaging with digital technologies, with startups, with industry, and trying to navigate all of that in their ecosystem are able to do it in a way which is ethical, responsible, and yet moving forward and not getting stuck somewhere?
Thanks, Anand. I think we all have been working on it behind the scenes. AI, the only problem is people are like the tech industry and the health. Overall, if you just look at the leadership, there's a big difference. So we are always 20 years older than the tech industry. So people who are younger, they are taking the lead and they are going into the field without, and the gray hairs are not being listened to. So that is the problem that we have been facing now. And health always takes time. We are much slower because we deal with lives. So this is where the problem has been. So when I listen to many of the things and you open the LinkedIn and it is like, and Anant, I'm sitting on committees where you have all those challenges. One simple question, if you ask most of the tech innovators, where do you get the data from? And do you have any ethical approval? It will be a big no. It is so scary, and they are screening populations together without any, we do not even know how the data is being collected. That simple question, if you just ask the tech companies, it is actually the gates where you start. And I don't know whether it's right or wrong, but given where there's so much of competition, we probably need to relook at the ethics. So ethics has mostly been at the institutional level, very clinical research oriented, and the guidance is generally given for patients who are coming. What we are missing out in the bigger picture is now many of the tech companies which we have realized are much more comfortable working mainly with the private sector, even with the smaller partners also. But how do they get the data? They are ready to give the data, but we do not have the guidelines around it. So that is the second thing we need to relook how we are going to make sure that the guidelines are met, how the consent is given, and people who are partnering with them, they fall in that ambit. I think those guidelines will need to be given out. We are here to enable, not say, okay, this is how you are supposed to do it, because otherwise people are going to find a way around it. So this is something we really need to see, how we are going to enable the private partnerships so they are in that ambit of fair principles. Not, it is, we are not, so we don't have to come up like, okay, you are this. So I agree with Raghu, it has to be decentralized. And given health is a very federated model. So somewhere we have to give the guidelines and states will have to take up to implement it. So that is the we can give central guidelines, and we ensure you that we are working behind the scenes. We already have the committees set up and we are looking into it. So this is something, the only problem is, as I said, health always takes a bit of a time to catch up till that awareness is there. I'm sure there are fewer doctors here, more tech people, but the good thing is that that awareness has started to happen. So that is the first, the awareness has to be there. Once awareness is there, things will fall into place. So this is something I really wanted to say. We really need to relook at the entire system where we have to enable the smaller players and everything to ensure that this thing is. Second is that we have to, within the medical colleges, ethics has to have an informatics department. You can start developing it as a core. In isolation, ethics without the data sciences is not going to work. So that has to become like, I think we already have examples abroad where you have ethics plus health informatics. If we can start centers, so they can become the labs and you have use cases which can be tested around that. And they become like the research use cases start from some of the, you identify labs across, you have 20 identified centers of excellence across India where you have use cases, which then state can adopt at the level of the evidence. That would give them the, how you are, because we are all struggling with it. We cannot do every validation. That is impossible. But if you are able to take high priority use validation cases, which the people are coming up to us, and identify which areas and have the TOT model. So you have a central labs and then smaller testing partners where you can take up those things and the state can come up with those models. But I think that is where we are now looking at, because there's so much of cross collaboration that has to happen. But given our experience that we are given, we are struggling with the health systems, we are struggling with the academia because there's no match. Most of the startups are going directly to health systems because it's easier to deal with the health systems rather than the academia, because the entire ethics place comes into it. So I think we need to be more open where the problems are and how we ensure that the chain is not broken, because at the end of the heart we need real world evidence and research that needs to be published in good academia journals for us to be accepted internationally and at the global level. That's it.
Thanks, Mona. So maybe I'll now segue into sort of the regulatory space. I know, Raghu, you said that ethics and regulation, sometimes we're sort of packing too much into one panel. But let's try and see, how much of progress we can make there. So Sonia, you lead the regulatory and policy division at BIRAC. BIRAC has been among the early movers in the health biotech space, and a lot of years of experience of trying to navigate how to work with the government and also enable the innovation biotech ecosystem in India. So can you maybe highlight for our audience what are the kind of regulations which are relevant in India for medical devices and diagnostics, because this is something you deal with on a daily basis?
Yes, so very good morning. In fact, good afternoon now. Thanks to the organizer for the invitation. So as Dr. Anand mentioned, BIRAC is actually into the funding domain. We do support a lot of high-risk innovations, and specifically for the AI, the Bio-AI, the Bio-E3 policy. It also has a very critical, important component wherein we are making the Bio-AI hubs. So that way, BIRAC is into the AI ecosystem. And the RAPA, the Regulatory Affairs and Policy Advocacy Division, which is newly created division. 1.5 years back we have created this division, and it has a very sole mandate of facilitating startups, getting them, helping them with the regulatory approvals, helping them not only with the CDSE or the healthcare sector, but also we deal with the agri-tech and the other food and other supplements also, nutraceuticals. So answering to your question, so AI, morning we actually heard from around 5-6 startups, right? But I mean in the panel also, we have spoken on the data center validation centers at the state levels. But at the same time, what about regulatory framework? Nobody talks about regulations. And regulatory framework, believe me, it is the backbone of any startup. If you are developing any product, if you are developing a medical device, we heard from 6 companies today, you need manufacturing authorization from a body. If you are working in healthcare, medical devices, CDSU. So what about the regulatory? I mean, how the CDSU actually regulates medical devices? Who deals with the AI or ML based software? So there is I mean, I don't know how many of you are aware of this. There is a guideline which was released by CDSU, and it is open for public comments, and it is very specific for the medical device software. And can you please raise your hand if you know about this guideline at least? Yes, so we have at least 10, 12 people who actually at least know about this. So CDSCO regulates all the devices, believe me, all the devices, all the medical devices who uses whatever, I mean the devices, if they are using the AI or ML, it is SIMD or SAMD, software in medical devices or software as a medical devices. Software in medical devices means it is the software is embedded within the medical device. And software as medical devices means that your AI ML based software or algorithm or mobiles, they're actually making a decision in the diagnosis, and they're helping the clinicians. So this SIMD and SAMD based regulatory framework is very much in place now, and although it is a guidance document, but it falls under the purview of medical device rule, and it is currently implemented in India. And if you are selling a product using AI algorithm in market, it is illegal, and it is selling without the approvals of CDSCO, it is illegal currently also. So please follow the MDR 2017 rule, and they have laid out a very clear risk-based classification system for the devices, for the SAMD basically, on the basis of the role which the app plays, the algorithm plays in terms of clinical management. So if it is a diagnostic treatment, it's a high level, like A, B, C, D. C, D is high level, A, B is low risk. And if it is just for it just drives the clinical management, it comes in the middle phase. And if it is just for the information purpose in the clinical management system, then it is at the low risk. So there is a matrix which is created by CDSCO. It although aligns with US FDA also, there are few changes. But at the same time, it is very important to know at the very beginning of your product development cycle that where your device or your app, AI machine learning based app or algorithm falls. Because until unless you are aware of your positioning in the medical device risk based classification system, we will not be able to proceed further for the regulatory approvals. And all whether it is the approval is through the CLA or SLA, Central Licensing Authority or State Licensing Authority, you have to actually follow the risk-based classification system. And even if you want to scale and you want to go global, then again the same risk-based classification system applies, but with a little tweak. So that I can explain later, the US FDA, what PMDA is doing, but at the same time, the risk-based classification system is the backbone for you. And if you are making your AI-based device, then please follow.
Sonia, can you also speak to, I believe you have a help desk you've set up at Biotech. So because there's a lot of startup colleagues in the audience about the help desk and what the help desk does and how they can approach you.
Yes, so we have a first hub unit at BIRAC, which is, 2018 we created it. It is a single window platform for all the startups, researchers. If you have any kind of question with regards to the regulations or the funding also, so you can apply, you can go to the BIRAC website and you can apply in that specific forum. Every month, first Friday, we usually invite the representatives of CDSCO, ICMR, BIS, and CSC, depending on the queries we receive from the innovators, GEM also. So all the regulators are part of this forum. And if you have any query, it's a very simple form. Do visit BIRAC website, just fill the form and we will fix an appointment with that specific regulator. So directly, it's a very good opportunity to all of you directly ask the question from the regulator.
Thanks, Sonia. I'm sure that'll be very useful. Okay, Arjun, you are here representing the Gates Foundation, which has had this long-term presence in India as a key partner and funder with a focus on health and development. So from the foundation's perspective, what do you see India's role, especially in the AI and health space? What are you hoping will play out and sort of contribution startups and industry and academia can do, which can enable India to sort of respond to its health challenges, but also serve as a model or maybe a pilot for what can be implemented in other parts of the world? And where does ethics and fit in this paradigm from your perspective?
So I'll take that a little bit backward, and at the risk of being presumptuous, I've got ICMR on the panel. So the ICMR Bioethics unit has a lovely line in the ethics. Somewhere in that document there's a lovely line that says the duty of a carer is to cure where possible, relieve often, and comfort always. I think AI really offers that opportunity to explore across the spectrum. Historically, we've focused on emergencies. We need to deal with the most important things first. The long tail, there's never really been that kind of abundance to deal with the long tail of suffering. I think that's where the real potential of AI lies. It could make this much more affordable. It could make it accessible for people who've not had this availability. And things like being able to talk about your symptoms to identify what you're actually feeling. It's obviously fraught with risk in the sense that a model could hallucinate, and that's where the regulatory and the ethical bits come in. But that opportunity has never been there before now. And I think that's the promise that we see for AI in general in health, the domain, that it could really reduce costs and expand coverage, both. And from our point of view, those are all important. Less moms and babies dying of preventable causes, less infectious, the burden of infectious disease is gone in our lifetime, and then hundreds of millions of people rising out of poverty. This is where we see AI's maximum potential in these three domains. And so India in particular, in our experience, has been a real forerunner in the digital space already. And at least our team at the foundation tends to see AI as an incremental step beyond digital, not as a completely new phenomenon. Procurement will never go away, regulation, the need to justify public funding, these things will never go away. And so in that regard, nothing really changes with AI from digital world. And there India has leadership. I mean, I have personal experience in this. My family has been trying to sell a piece of land for years, and we could never get three people's signature on the same document until we got DPI, and now you can do it on an app. And yes, face recognition sometimes gives you a glitch with senior citizens, but there is at least an avenue which is legally recognized to do this today, which was never possible before. I think those are that's the hope that we see for India, even in the AI space. And India has taken a pragmatic approach to governance. It's a pro-innovation approach. Obviously, we count on government partners like ICMR and BIRAC to guide us with regard to the right way to do things. But we're very hopeful that India can, using these sort of lessons that we already have in our DNA at this point, really not just solve for ourselves, but build solutions that are purpose fit for deployment. I mean, whichever term works for people, Global South, LMICs, tropical countries. AI will not work the same way everywhere. We live in hot countries. Air conditioning is expensive here. The approach to deploying has to take that into account. We need to think about what will it cost to save these many lives? Does it, how will we afford it? Will we be in an environment that works after we've done it? So these are the things where we really look to the ethics and the regulatory community both to provide that guidance.
Thanks, Arjun. So Raghu, I'll come back to you. You have a mask in your hand. right, which I presume is for Delhi's toxic air. So the mask can have that purpose of protecting you, but it can also sometimes serve as a cosmetic purpose, right? So bringing it back to AI, ethics and regulations. How
instead of shaving, I could have just worn this.
Fair enough. Yeah. How do we ensure that sort of this talk around ethics and regulation does not get reduced to something which is cosmetic? Because at the heart of some of these discussions are how much transparency is there, right? How much of an understanding is there, whether at the level of a regulator, at the level of an ethics committee, someone who's making a decision, right? And of course, we can again question how informed is informed consent, etc. But if I am being asked that my elderly parent who's now in a hospital, and we being asked to share data which can be used to inform an AI algorithm, how informed am I, or my father for that matter, about what could it be potentially downstream used for and for how long and by whom, right? So is there really, how can we move towards that kind of a transparent mechanism where there is responsible usage but also transparency about what it is being used for example?
Yeah, this is where as a country we are grappling with it, and actually that's a positive. Right? Many countries haven't grappled with it perhaps at the same level as we have, because you have at one end regimes such as US that are often seen as 2 lakhs, all for business. Then you have Europe, which is GDPR, right? Which is seen as being too restrictive. I think India is trying to figure out the middle path, and I think lots of folks, stakeholders, understand that we have to take a nuanced path, and what fits in health is not exactly the same as what might happen in others, right? That said, we are still figuring it out. We do have certain technological layers that should allow us to get there relatively, and I don't say absolutely easy, but relatively easier than others. For example, the consent-based mechanisms, and such, right? Can we bring what you might call a techno-legal framework in a way that is really user-focused, right? And go to basic principles, right? I think India is trying to find its path there, and I wouldn't beat ourselves up there. I'm most worried, I would say, about a lack of intuitive understanding of some of these new technologies among the decision makers, as well as the key participants in innovations, and finally the users. That's a very abstract statement, so let me make it real, right? We all use knife every day in the kitchen. How come we are not cutting too many fingers and killing ourselves with them? It's because we kind of have an intuitive understanding of what this technology, what it can do, what happens if I turn it around and do it this way, what happens, we kind of have some intuitive understanding. The challenge with AI is that different stakeholders I see do not have good intuitive understanding. I think that's important. And we also do not have an intuitive understanding of this life cycle of AI. Right? This is the other thing I see with stakeholders. I see this as a challenge with the highest level stakeholders, officials, to funders, right? To, of course, actual users. And this is, again, a challenge. One of the things, my wish list is that please do not drop math from MBBS curriculum, right? And make AI at least getting an intuitive understanding of various types of AI as being core. Because you'll see that it'll have quite a transformative impact, right? If doctors know how AI gets built, they will better understand, how to guide the technical folks, as opposed to, technical folks coming and saying, give me this data and we'll do something, right?
Just wanted to answer. Thanks, Raghu, for bringing it up, because I'm actually scared. Even for the skills that we are giving in the medical schools, I think the clinical skills really need to actually be the prime. What is happening is, if I see a doctor who is highly trained, we are trying to replace that doctor. Please don't. As you said for your thing, I am saying it for the medical. We really need, because that is the final, the gold standard and the human in the loop. So that person has to be 100% correct. So we really need to make sure the doctors that we are churning out at this point, of course, they need to understand how the AI works, but they need to understand, like if they are coming out from AIMS or the best institutions, their clinical skills should be the gold standard. That should be the human in the loop.
Yes, clinical skills, but they also need to understand how the new knives that they are helping train work.
That's exactly,
Right?
because
They need to
the entire
really-
focus has been around, like if you see, like the doctor doesn't even do this simple, like looking at anemia anymore. We are so busy just writing down, you don't even look at the patient. So I'm just saying that the entire, how the clinical stream works, we really need to strengthen that, because otherwise you will have trained doctors, which the highly skilled, which we are now seeing, and the new generation who we will not see that anymore. And the entire focus on AI will be simple algorithms that will be diagnosing you, which might not be so intuitive. I don't know if many of you saw today an IBN, the News 18 I opened, where you have seen, they said the former President Donald Trump. It was a big, like I saw it, I have it, and I clicked it. Probably somebody did not even check before going it live in this. Yeah, they ran, Prince went to meet the former US president, and it's the main news. So I'm just saying that you really need to make sure that as we are building this, we have to make sure that the clinical skills are still there, in addition to the skills that need to be updated. So just to your point when you said maths, I just want you to bring it to the skills that we are doing.
All right, so fair point that we need to balance math skills with also clinical skills. And I think we'll all probably broadly agree with that. All right, so I know we are running late, but I don't want us to just be the panel talking to each other. I'll allow for maybe one or two questions from the audience if there are. You have this opportunity of engaging with a very diverse set of very experts that we brought in. I already see one hand, ma'am, please, if you could go ahead.
First of all, it was a very insightful discussion. Thank you to all the panelists and the moderator. I have a specific question to Dr. Mona. So since the topic that you brought up, okay, first of all, my name is Deeksha Vaidya. I'm also a startup founder. I'm going to pitch in this next session. So I work on genetic data sets. So what I envisioned was how we can streamline the entire genetic reporting system mechanism. How can we do that? And to start with, when I started my venture, I also struggled the same, that I could not collaborate directly with any government faculty or organization, though I was in academia for like several years before that, PhD, postdocs, ICMR itself. But I could not do that. And then I had no money to buy the data from the private organizations. Fair point. What I did when I started building the algorithms was to fetch out peer-reviewed, publicly available data sets. Is it the right way? But because I did that, and I still do it when we don't have anything to do internal validations. Fortunately, now we have collaborated with 2 big hospitals, we have public data, like everything, everything is sorted 2 years down the line. But that's where we started. And at that point of time, and today itself, today also I don't know whether it was the right decision to make when we are working on a clinical reporting of any kind of genetic testing. Yeah.
No, I just want to make sure we get all the questions and then you can respond. Ma'am, you had a question. I know there are questions at the back. If you keep it short and succinct, I'll try to get everyone. Otherwise, I'll not be able to. Please, quickly.
Thank you so much. I am Sonia Balyan from Indian Biological Data Center. My question is not directly a question, but it's a suggestion. Where we are lacking here in this whole discussion is the data, because we know that data, whatever the quality of data in, will automatically defines the outcome of any AI model, so in India, basically we lacks in the proper management of data and proper storing, sustainably storage of that data, and again providing access to the data to our general public. Although with Indian Biological Data Center, the government is trying to do that, but still the very lacking thing is proper frameworks at the institutional or the research community level, where they can adopt these mechanisms, fair principles in their regular research based outcomes so that they can properly manage their data and responsibly save that data to a public repository in India, which is very much lacking in our infrastructure. And then if that data is properly stored at a repository with proper metadata formats as per the international standards, and it is accessed based on the different regulations, based on different species and other regulatory aspects, I think this can be very much doable. But again, it will require the efforts from the data submitters, research community, and we data stakeholders as such, so that we can able to provide these frameworks and able to provide access to the very important data, and that can be used for building different models and other things. And sure.
I think you answered your own question.
Yeah.
By making the suggestion, but thank you.
But it's a suggestion.
Hi, I'm Laina from Brainsight AI. So I had a question. I got my team to actually, after we got our ISOs and CDSCO, I got our team to read a lot of like bioethics, neuroethics, AI ethics, as well as like marketing ethics papers, so they could actually translate that into what they do. But I think they really struggled to take these really abstract documents on neuroethics and AI ethics and trying to bring that into what they need to do. So I got my regulatory person and my legal person to read all of those documents and try to get them to do it. They couldn't. And I would love if ICMR or somebody has guidance on how to take these really abstract documents and convert them into what we need to do on a daily basis. So,
You have not tried AI for that?
No.
Just a great panel, I think, wonderful questions and great insights as well. Even as we talk in terms of ethics and regulation of AI from the point of view of development, there is also the entire thing around the ethics and regulation in deployment, because that's another area. Even as we are thinking about this, if the panel could talk about what is it that we may be able to borrow from systems that may be a little more mature than we may be today, and what is one that we cannot borrow, but we may need to sort of think first principles, what would that be?
So we actually have one more question, if that's fine, sir.
So, thanks for this panel. So my direct question is to Sonia ma'am. So what sir has asked, so I have a specific problem. So there's a AI risk assessment that is ISO 13485. And we can, for the CDSCO, we can develop, yes sir? Yeah, for medical devices. That is 42,000 and 80,000. So 80,000 for deployment and 42,000 for that the sir has asked. So the problem is that, so if we are going for the CDSCO approval, we can build our own QMS and we can bypass the 13485. But we can't do that with 42,000 and 80,000. And if you are going to get 42,000, you still have to get 13485 for HIPAA. So that I didn't get, because if you are going to get the risk assessment through AI under 42,000, because it already conducts all the regulatories under 13485. So I have also talked with the BIS. So Adit is there, he's the head of MedTech. So we have talked with them, we have insisted them, since 13485 is also inside 42,000, why we do need to get the both?
I was just joking that, you know, LLMs have, depending on how you program, your chatbots have fairly short attention span. Right? So you lose, you forget what has been asked very early on, right? So that's what happened here. So which of the questions do you think I should take on?
You can start with the last one.
Last and first round.
Huh? Yeah, sorry, can you refresh still? Very short attention span.
Last question is around deployment. The deployment of AI systems in the health systems.
So challenge of the AI systems. Look, I mean, actually, Anand, you know this well. You've been doing this, right? Broadly, the analogy I often use is to build AI, right? It's like saying, hey, I'm going to put a car on the road. So what are the assembly lines and testing tracks you need? right? Before you say it's roadworthy and put it out there. Once you put it out there, it's not like it will go on forever. You need some periodic checks and checking whether it works or not, right? And this requires a different type of institutional framework. We are using today's hot topic DPI quite a bit, but it's not just DPI. DPI, people say, are the rails, but where do the rails sit? The rails sit in all the rock and conquer and all that stuff, right? And I think what's happening is we haven't figured that out, that policy framework yet. Mona's, the overall thinking right now, I know in our working groups, is have some centralized guidelines, but distributed mechanisms of doing. Because I don't know if you are able to take your models, let's say, I know you have scale deployments in Kerala, for example. I don't know if you are able to take the models you already had and deploy them widely without calibration. You probably don't use the same models year on year either, right? Do you use the same models without refreshing year on year? Or
Under regulatory, because we also have CEN, right? So the model is locked.
Model is locked. So, but how many places have the infrastructure to actually monitor that, right?
Those are the exact questions.
So these are the issues that are required. So, and hence, yes, we are very, very excited about the next new car we design and put up there and show a demo. But I worry about the assembly lines and the, the periodic service checks and such.
This is such a sense of deja vu because it's like what we used to deal with in clinical trials, where ethics committees do upfront sort of the approvals, right? You look at the proposal, you approve, and then for the next 5 years, you have no clue what is happening because no one's doing the monitoring when the actual implementation is happening. And this seems to be slightly similar, where you have a lot of focus on the upfront kind of looking at the data and the proposal, but downstream probably we don't have the...
We have a lot of focus on the shiny thing that we produce, which is that the showroom car, this futuristic looking car that they put. It is one prototype they have made to put up there to get excitement about what might be in the pipeline 5 years out. That's what we are all enamored with.
Sure.
Right? We do not... Can you produce the same car with the same reliability again and again?
Consistently.
We don't have the pipelines and the data systems to do that.
Yeah, so I'll connect a few dots and I'll answer your question on practicality, and I'll do it in an abstract way, so bear with me. So we talked about pollution earlier, right? So the 5 days I got on break this last year, I decided I'm going to figure out how to monitor pollution within my house so that my 3.5-year-old son I can tell him where to sit so that it's a safe space to sit in. And so now we know vibe coding, we've got models, whatever. We'll do a heat map of the house with something, and we'll be able to smartphone check it at every minute. Where is he? Is he in the right place? Techno-modernist standard approach, right? And I did some research using GPT and other enterprise-grade AI systems to see what's out there. What I realized is that sensors that are affordable are not standardized. So my best bet was to put 5 sensors in 5 parts of the house and then have webcams monitor them periodically, take a screenshot and then interpret and then pull their stats from somewhere else. I could over-engineer that solution. It would have taken me about 4 days with the vibe coding tools. Then I realized that 4 days is better spent cleaning my basement, putting down mats, sealing the vents, and putting 2 air purifiers in. It's got the best air quality in a 5-kilometer radius right now. I think I took the ethical decision. So I think the long story short, the common sense value doesn't go. Emily Blunt says this really well. Tech is moving really fast. We'll keep trying to regulate it. Regulation will keep chasing it. It'll keep happening. I think we are governing people here. I think those haven't changed in a few thousand years. Managing that is a lot easier. So when nothing else works, stepping back and then taking that call, what is this going to do to people? How are they going to use it? What's the right approach to ensuring that burden is reduced, that early thought about relieving often and comforting always. Go down that path usually works out.
Sonia.
Okay. So starting from here, so you want one which as a wish list, right? What the Indian regulators or yes. So the answer here is about what I believe is the predetermined change control plan. This is something which in India currently we are not following. And for your device also, it's lock-in, you just mentioned. But believe me, most of the devices in future, they will evolve, right? The ML, AI-based devices will definitely evolve. And that's what we also want. That's what, Dr. Raghu also mentioned it. we want the devices to evolve. By the knife example, by the way. So for actually implementing this kind of complex devices, we really need some kind of regulations. And US FDA has already started. The first device with the predetermined change control plan, they have approved 2021. And India, nobody is talking about it. I think startups are not even aware of what is the predetermined change control plan. Are you aware of? Please raise your hand if you're aware of, if you've heard of this. At least 3. Yes, very good. Thanks a lot. I mean, it's a big relief. So, I mean, see, whatever AI, ML is scary. We all believe, Dr. Mona also talked about it, but the regulations is the only way by which we can regulate all these things. And always for any technology, there are always pros and cons. So, moving to Diana, I mean, you're talking about abstract, I'm talking about the rules and regulations. They're big documents, right? DNC Act, 4 volumes, MDR, it's such a big book. And going through all these clauses and then interpreting it correctly is very difficult than the abstract, right? So what we have done is, again, the first hub and the refined program. So don't do all these things, don't call your regulatory consultants or your team, just submit a query under the first hub. We have regulatory consultants plus in-house team at Biotech. Years of experience, we will actually give you the interpretation, correct interpretation and correct answer so that you can concentrate on your science. Okay? And now about the ISO 13485 and 42001. See, CDSCO as per the MDR 13485 as such, ISO 13485 is not mandatory, right? So what they ask is QMS, quality compliance to the quality management system, and that's very well laid down in the MDR 2017. So, but for the AI 42001, there's a ISO document, and it is not very well, actually laid down into the MDR, not written as such clause by clause, right? You will agree with me. So that is why, and even in the current ecosystem, current CDSCO infrastructure, the medical devices is a new area which is coming up, right? So that is why for the 13485, they have clearly given you the exemption, but definitely when you go to the submission form, in the checklist, they ask you for the NOC, or the affidavit from your side that yes, you actually maintain the QMS system. And in the guideline document, recently published guideline document for the software, they have clearly highlighted around, I think, 10 or 12 ISO documents, ISO with the names and with all the risk management, AI, even point of care communication software, everything is very well mentioned in the guideline document. Yes. So eventually you have to follow. But in India, you have a catch here that all the standards, or not all the standards, but some of the standards are not mandatory. For medical devices, yes, there are few which are mandatory, but for the biotech space, there's not, no standards is mandatory for the startups to follow. But they are the guidance document, and you should actually comply to these.
Yeah, I think I'll just quickly come to your question. I think when you started, probably we also did not know. I think we are learning and doing. And probably I think what you did was right because you did use publicly available data sets. So I think it is perfectly fine. But we have to use, and then I think that will build into the evidence and the guidelines. That is what ICMR is. I think many times what people actually think is we are there to build policies. We are not. We are there to build research that would feed and get evidence that will again feed into the policy. So I think we worked with Remedio. I think I was one of the first early movers when we started. People were actually in the public health systems very scared to partner with many of the startups. I think we were, because we had this entire project at Niti Aayog, we were the first movers. After that I had a chain of, I had like so many people approaching me, can you just test it? Because it does help if you have tested in a public health system. So I think that guidelines and how you do it. So we are much wiser, and based on what evidence we had created, believe it or not, many of those things are now actually coming into this entire ecosystem. So we are building on it. So we have to do it, learn and build the evidence and get the policy out. And that is, probably another thing. It has to be a living document. Because we cannot say, okay, what we built last year. And coming to your point, maybe you really need an LLM and a chatbot. So, okay, build those guidelines. And last point, I think we need to upgrade our procurement rules. Because we still are having the same old procurement rules in the medical colleges. By the time we get it out, the technology is already old. So those are some things that we need to actually start working.
Great. I know some of you had points, but I think we are really running late. Please join me in thanking this excellent panel, which I think has helped illuminate a lot of issues. Can we have someone from our organizing team just take a quick picture of the panel together? Yeah. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Bhan, and thank you to all the panelists for that engaging, informative discussion. It's encouraging to hear such a range of perspectives on how we can responsibly and effectively integrate AI into biotech and medtech. To express our gratitude to the moderator and panelists of this session, I would now like to request Mr. Sanjeev Mittal sir, ex-civil servant, senior advisor to BFI, and Mr. Ashish Dhartavivedi to come forward again and facilitate the panelist with a token of appreciation. Sir, please take the stage.
Thank you for the lovely words. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Our next session is a keynote address that will give us deeper insights into scaling AI in healthcare. It's my honor to invite Dr. Anand Sivraman, CEO of Remdio, to deliver his keynote talk. Dr. Sivraman will speak on frameworks in scaling AI adoption through ecosystem partnerships in global health. With his experience in deploying AI solutions in healthcare, his perspective will be invaluable. Please welcome Dr. Anand Sivraman. So, please.
Sir is putting his own laptop. Yes.
Sure. Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I've been told to also stick to time, so I'm just going to make sure that I start off actually first with the key messages and then go into the detail. I think following up on an ethics regulation and ethics session, one of the key things that I want all of us as founders, right, we are all technologists, but one of the things that we've learned as we've gone through the process of developing AI to deploying is the fact that it always starts with a clinical problem. And we've actually had the advantage of having our technology team report into a chief medical officer, which I think is a structure that's extremely important that we learned by first making the mistakes as technologists do. Because as technologists, we always love to give a solution when there isn't a problem sometimes. So it's therefore extremely important as message one to look at how do we actually have
the oversight of a clinical team, even as we develop these models for healthcare. So my focus today is going to be on frameworks for scaling AI adoption through ecosystem partnerships. What do we do at Remedio? We ask the question, can we use the eye as an organ to look at a variety of systemic as well as eye diseases? And in that, we look at eye diseases such as chronic retinal diseases like glaucoma, diabetic retinopathy, macular degeneration, as well as moving into looking at cardiovascular health and chronic kidney disease and other such conditions that could either lead to mortality or morbidity. But if detected early in population health screening, it changes the way we may be able to imagine healthcare. Now, what problem statement we first started working on was to ask the question, if we have close to around 150 to 300 million that need to get screened for eye diseases that, if not detected early, could lead to blindness, is there a way by which you would be able to do this by moving technology to the last mile? That was the problem statement. We do have solution that's well validated where it's a portable retinal imaging system that works off of a smartphone. It also has AI algorithms that run on the edge without the need for connecting to the internet that can be used by anyone anywhere to detect these diseases. The key is in frameworks, right? Very early we realized we were starting to work in this field in around 2018-19 when the evolution of how do we develop AI was in its infancy, and therefore we had to develop a framework as we went along. So a lot of what the panel talked about, we had to start with common sense because we were in a sandbox. You have to create a framework even as you're developing AI. So that's where having the oversight of a clinician, and we also created a team that had a public health researchers, clinicians and technologists working together, so that we knew that the common sense then gets a little more common when we actually have multiple people thinking about the problem. So won't get into details. I think there were questions around some of the regulatory guidelines, etc. But at the end of the day, this is just to not get into some detail, but a framework that we have typically used in building AI algorithms and bringing it to scale in the field. Going through multiple clinical validations that we end up doing both retrospective as well as prospective validations. And one of the key things that came out of the previous session, even as we were talking about the fact that it's a Class C algorithm and then approval that we got from CDSCO, which allowed us to actually temper and change the algorithm depending upon if you want to customize it for different deployments. But we decided not to do so. Sometimes you have to be in a situation where you need to ask yourself, do you as an organization have a maturity to have that power that's given to you? That's one of the reasons why we locked the algorithm, because our concern was if we keep changing the algorithm, then monitoring becomes difficult. So we locked the algorithm for us to be able to then look at its performance across ethnicities and across different contexts of deployment. That was with respect to diabetic retinopathy. And with NHS in UK, they actually tested this across more than 1.2 million patients in of varied ethnicities. And this gave independent assessments for ethnicity-based bias, gender bias, as well as whether or not the algorithm has been designed in a manner that it is fair in the way it performs and does not have the bias that you may unknowingly have introduced during the development of the algorithm. The same is what we did with respect to glaucoma algorithms. It's more difficult because in case of glaucoma, there are 7 or 8 different tests that you need to do before you know whether or not a patient may be at risk for presence of glaucoma. So we had to redefine the problem from a public health perspective and then ask the question, do we want to detect early glaucoma, or do we want to detect for glaucoma which today requires is at a stage where the patient is actually going to lose sight if we don't access them with treatment. So the AI algorithms were therefore defined or designed for a scope of use to actually detect what's called vision-threatening glaucoma, which is glaucoma which in the community is able to detect with just a single device as opposed to 7 different tests, those who may be at immediate need for an intervention for glaucoma treatment. Same for AMD as well. My key focus today is going to be on the frameworks for once you have designed AI algorithms, how do you look at frameworks for deploying them in different contexts? Because at the end of the day, we are a privately funded company. One, from the point of view of sustainability, it's great that you have technology, but you need to be able to deploy from impact as well as from return on investment perspective. So the first framework that we used was, I think this was also discussed in the previous session, which is what we like to call a quadruple partnership framework, which is how do you bring together government, industry, academia, and healthcare providers in being able to deploy these models. Now, we worked in Kerala, where the government of Kerala basically said, look, we are ready to adopt this, but we need some real world implementation evidence on not only what the clinical benefit is, but what are the edge cases? And second, a health economic analysis on whether or not this makes sense to be able to deploy it and invested in. At that point in time, because with a large number of the academic organizations in India, the policies were getting formulated. We asked, who is it that has eliminated blindness in a health system globally as a result of using diabetic retinopathy screening in primary care centers? And it was the NHS UK. So we worked with NHS UK, where it wasn't going to be possible for us to design programs on our own devices because it's a conflict of interest. So NHS UK designed programs around our devices with the government of Kerala in basically family health centers and regional institutes of ophthalmology. And implementation research was done in 16 centers, which was supported by a grant. The reason it was important to support it by a grant is so that there's no conflict of interest as a result of the industry supporting it. That's extremely important, as well as we looked at from a deployment framework. We then were able to assess issues as well as learnings through workflow integration, actual performance in a real world, the public health impact assessment, and a health economic analysis that came out of it. And then the Kerala government actually decided to take on the investment to deploy into 243 additional centers after that. Now, once this was done, we were able to, for the first time, get a population health impact assessment. And we were actually able to now, in case of Kerala, who had a diabetes registry, now they have a registry for DR, glaucoma, and AMD. The reason there is a need for a registry is because these are chronic diseases. It's not sufficient that you do just an episodic screening for the first year, but you need to start thinking in terms of systems in place by which you could do screenings on a regular basis. Following this, we had actually the ABDM PMJ who actually brought in reimbursement for screening. Now, why was this an important milestone? Here was a case where a sandbox was done. The sandbox was actually at the same time led by a research program from NHS. The completion of that resulted in clinical outcomes as well as data on health economic analysis. And that formed basically the basis for ABD and PMJ to now actually have reimbursement for screening for glaucoma, diabetic retinopathy in the community. And what was really encouraging is the fact that from a policy perspective, they were able to do this such that any physician, it does not require an ophthalmologist, but any physician can now use devices like ours, along with systems like ours, to now be able to get a reimbursement for those who may be most at risk for these diseases. So that was very important, because at the end of the day, we knew that you can't just stop with public health deployment. You need to move to the private side. But what's the incentive for a general physician to actually be able to do this, who may most likely be seeing the patient more often than maybe an ophthalmologist? So that's really where the policy side really comes in. Now, this framework worked because it aligned scientific, clinical, and along with public health outcomes and us as industry. And we were able to now take the same model and move to other states. And that was Gujarat and Tamil Nadu as well. And then we also were able to do this across countries. So through NHS and LSHTM, we then moved to Africa with a very similar model. Again, we said we'll use the same framework for implementation research, and from implementation research to scale deployment. The second framework that we have seen is sort of the hub and spoke framework, which is the most common in the private sector, where you would basically have Arvind, Devi Prasad, Shroff Charity here, basically creating access using AI-enabled devices by having points of screening where you would identify those most at risk, who would then be brought to the points of treatment. So the AI helped do this through different types of models, different types of implementation models. In case of LV Prasad, they are now starting to go home, because one of the most important thing in those who have these chronic diseases is the fact that you ask them to come every 6 months, but there's a good chance that most of them will come when they next have a problem, as opposed to necessarily coming when they are needing to necessarily come on a regular basis. So LV Prasad is starting to use the devices and the AI to start the process by which they are able to get their optometrist to go to the homes of those who may have this as a problem and be able to actually create new models around this. Now, again, why this worked is there was an alignment of incentives. Patients liked the convenience. The provider liked the fact that they were able to manage the patients better. It also connected the point of screening with the point of care, which is extremely important because it allows you to then create care gap closures. I'm going to spend a little while on the third framework, which is private ecosystem partnerships. And the reason I want to talk about this a little bit is this is one of those where I think we need to think about guardrails even as we think about newer deployment frameworks like these. One of the things that we realized that the DR algorithm was able to do is when we started having scale deployments, so we have close to around 3,000 of these devices across India, we now started getting a map for the epidemiology across India in terms of where do we actually have diabetic retinopathy, where do we actually have points of higher prevalence of glaucoma. And what this started doing is, if I were to take the example of, let's say, DR, epidemiologically, there are close to, let's say, 75 to 100 million patients who may have diabetes, and you expect around 6 million patients to have macular edema, and you therefore expect around 1 million patients or 1 million injections, at least around 5 into 2, 10 million injections to be given every year. But today, if you were to take all of the pharmaceutical companies put together in India, we have roughly around 800,000 to 1 million injections being given, meaning we don't know where the remaining 5 million are. So what AI therefore can solve as a problem also is to start creating a map across India of heat maps of where exactly are the most at risk that may actually be benefited. Now this started getting pharma to start talking to us because of course they stand to benefit. But more importantly, if you were to wear the Public Health Act, it is possible for you to use AI to actually create these relationships as well. So we were able to do this with pharma in India, where we worked very closely with Sun Pharma and primarily look at how do you look at point of screening to the point of treatment and discover patients who today may not know that they are in need of treatment, which could actually save them from blindness. So that's the second part of what third framework of how we started looking at it. But there were guardrails needed for this, right? And that's one of the reasons why we worked with independent physician societies like the Vitreoretinal Society of India and AIOS to also be part of the program. Because at the end of the day, it's important that you have a sutradhar of sorts, who's someone else other than two, yes, well-meaning public health oriented organizations, but who are for profit at the end of the day. So there was a need for us to therefore think in terms of how we implement such models while having the guardrails in place. Interestingly, what we've seen is this allowed for value capture to happen for the AI algorithms, not in terms of reimbursements or test costs that are reimbursed, but actually AI's impact that was valued as a percentage of new pharma revenues, for example. So it's starting to get into newer business models that are very different from traditional business models of access and cost from a testing perspective. We had a similar model in the US where the same devices that we designed, developed for India, we also brought it to US. And in the US where it's with the payer contracts, the payer there has a list of anyone with diabetes who's not got an eye exam done. And for them, the biggest concern is if you take a patient with glaucoma, they need to spend $600 a year if they need to be managed in early stage of glaucoma, but that goes to around 4x of that in case, let us say, they progress to more advanced forms of glaucoma. The numbers there is what CDC came up with in terms of DR screening-led reduction in the total cost of care. So AI helps you reduce the total cost of care, as a result of which the payer now incentivizes, the insurer incentivizes by sending providers home with our devices to detect early so that the cost of acute care can be brought down for them from a payer perspective. Again, there's an alignment of incentives in a larger ecosystem players, but yes, there are troubling questions that will come up because at the end of the day, if you were to look at a Western context has been about how do you use AI for optimization of costs. Really from our learnings from an LMIC perspective is how do you use AI for access. So there is going to be therefore this framework that's going to move from AI for access to AI for cost and AI for value. And I think we need to think about the regulatory and ethical guardrails as much as we're thinking for development of algorithms to also start looking at how do we look at guardrails for deployment as well, which is part of what I was raising as questions as well for us to consider. But I think the answer given was right. We have to possibly come at it from both a policy and regulatory framework and also from some common sense as well. And that's something that all of us as innovators may have to think about, because we are getting into an area where it's not sufficient if we only know technology. And that's really one key message that I also wanted to communicate. So where are we today? We are looking at being able to extend a lot of what we have done beyond eye diseases into those that can cause mortality and morbidity in public health, moving into cardiovascular risk and chronic kidney disease and maternal health like preeclampsia as well. I'm going to end with this last slide, which is some points for us to think about. We need to make sure that we build in the guardrails in deployment as much as we are building in guardrails today in development. I think the common sense answer is really we need an integrated set of people who think about AI and its development and deployment, which is public health researchers, clinicians, as well as those who can understand the short-term and long-term impact, which are going to be the folks who are responsible from a policy perspective. So I'll possibly stop with that. The only reason I left the second one is we got our approvals from an intended use of a technology, but it's moved beyond that for us to start realizing the responsibility we carry in saying that it is at the end of the day a technology, but a very powerful piece of technology which can indeed have a deleterious effect if we don't think about it from a safe use perspective. So I'll possibly end with that and happy to take any questions. Thanks. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Yeah, phenomenal work. A very rare example of being a for-profit organization and also be able to address public health, right? Because actually it's not, I mean, I built a company like that from 2010 to 2015. At the end of which we actually went back to becoming a non-profit. Because most of our revenue streams we realized were actually coming from philanthropic sources and government sources that weren't actually conducive to, let's say, VC returns.
Yep.
I'm very curious about that experience for you, right? Which is, it's almost a decade later,
yeah.
But how has that landscape changed for you and so on? Right.
So I can tell you that we have to be very careful about the investors we choose. It's also from the point of view of when you raise investments, what goes into the shareholders agreement becomes extremely important as well. Initially, we started off by making sure that we had our first investment or grants coming in from groups like the Wellcome Trust, right? But then we moved to, we decided to raise money from angels, where my pitch to them is tomorrow if you lose money, you have made enough money that it doesn't matter to you, right? So which means we took money from those who were worth thousands of crores in the share market, but who sort of had a reason for wanting to do what they wanted to do with Remedio, because they wanted to essentially have products come from India, go global. So
it wasn't really financial returns.
It was
you
not
sold to
financial
them.
investors. We made it a point not to look for financial investors early, because I have made that mistake in the first startup, which was an in vitro diagnostics. We made the mistake of getting in early, not because of it being right or wrong, but I just think that there isn't an alignment of incentives in a way when that happens. And that's one of the reasons why we went that way. So going forward now, we went into strategic investors as opposed to financial. Right now, again, we are looking at, is it going to be strategic or financial? I think we are going to be having to do financial if you can control your board, but strategic if you really are looking at being able to continue with the purpose for why we started.
Got it. It was very nice to see the frameworks. We often use a framework called users, beneficiaries, users, payers, choosers. And the choosers side is especially very complex because you have several levels of decision makers.
I understand. Makes a lot of sense. So, I take it.
Thank you so much. We are working on genetic diseases. It also they are also a part of public health. But we don't, and we are also working from the screening point of view of screening of those treatable rare inherited disorders. And like we are at a very early stage, and this looks like the go-to strategy that what we should be doing. So what are your some key points that we should be thinking about to reach where you have? I mean, if not there, somewhere where you have been.
To be very honest, we've not reached anywhere big. We just started. But more importantly, I think first up, learning. We started our company in 2009-10. It took me 9 years before I took someone who was very strong on the medical side to join Remedio.
Okay.
I think that was a mistake that we did. I would say look for co-founders who basically are very, very strong on the clinical side. That's one thing which will accelerate what you do. One. Second, I would say never look at regulation as an expense, but look at regulation as an investment. It's helped us a lot. Okay. So that's the second thing that accelerates things faster. Third, I know you had the questions around data. I think we had those questions. We were collecting data as what even Dr. Mona Dugal was talking about at a time where there were no policy or frameworks around how we collect data. So common sense helped there. But what we decided to do was we took some frameworks that were available in the West around data and tried using it relevantly to be right. But at the end of the day, you will not get it right every time. You will make mistakes. We made a lot of those mistakes as well. You'll need a way by which internally you are policed to make sure that you don't go wrong there, right? So that's where I think having a board, a scientific advisory board that asks you the hard and tough questions that relate to ethics as much as they ask you the hard and tough questions related to clinical really helped.
Especially in the case where there are no recommendations or regulations for genetic screening in India.
So
we have to follow what US does or what every other.
But you can borrow. And there I feel that
that's what we are trying to do.
One other advantage is if you can borrow from social systems, social health systems,
yes.
It helps. So there are folks who may know more than what we do and they are available globally. Okay. So I would say look at it from a global perspective because all of us are figuring it out.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening address. Now I would request Mr. Ashish to come and facilitate, sir. Sir, please. Now we move on to the final panel discussion of our day. Our second panel discussion will focus on practical insights into AI implementation in healthcare research and delivery. This panel will be moderated by Dr. Shweta Jindal from Johns Hopkins University, an expert in public health and health technology. Our esteemed panelists for this session are Dr. Tav Pritesh Sethi from IIIT Delhi, leader in AI-driven health data science, Dr. Deepika Mishra from AIIMS Delhi, who brings a clinical perspective to AI integration in healthcare, Dr. Laina Emanuel, CEO of BrainSight AI, who offers expertise in AI tools for mental health and neuroscience, Dr. Bhaskar Rajkumar, representing ArtsPark at IISc, known for advancing AI and robotics and innovation. Ma'am, your podium is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I know the day seems like a really long one today, and I'm very thankful to all of you for all your patience and sticking to your guns. And it's not long before we get to lunch, and I promise to keep it short with all the insights that our esteemed panelists today have to share. So the brief objective of this panel here is to familiarize the audience in this room, largely who have come from a very diverse representation from people from a technological background, people from a clinical background, and also people who are from the startup ecosystem, both on the investing side and the innovation side. So the idea of this panel was to generate a dialogue to give everyone an insight into how at present AI is being applied in healthcare and hear from some seasoned experts in this field on some of the important lessons which we can all benefit from. So without further ado, I'm going to dive right into the panel and give you briefs about, let you hear from the panelists themselves. So, hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the panel. Thank you all for taking out your precious time. I know this is a hot season. You all are invited as guests at many different panels to speak about your experience. I would like to start off this panel with Dr. Tavpritesh. Dr. Tavpritesh, I'm sure most of you know him. He's a researcher and a clinician with his MBBS from Amritsar and a PhD in computational biology. He serves as a professor of computational biology at and also the founding head of the Center of Excellence at IIT Delhi. So, from your experience in AI and technology, at the interface of technology and health, and in particular, when I was going through your experience, it interested me particularly. As a pediatric intensivist who has segued into public health, I know the intersection between what the vision of technology can be and the real world usability of technology can be quite a challenging one. So, Dr. Sethi, from your experience, I would like to hear where you've had to make some difficult decisions around making the technology more usable at the bedside, and how do you ensure that it integrates all the essential elements like making up for the incompleteness of data plus its interpretability, while also remaining usable at the bedside in the public health system in particular?
Thank you, Dr. Shweta. So, work at IIIT Delhi and work very closely with hospital settings like AIIMS and Max and other public health settings. The advantage that I think we had early on was that clinical training background does help when we are building models. Secondly, working in the clinical environment itself also, I think, helps a lot when we are actually building tools that can be usable. So, as I think was mentioned in the previous talk, it came out of questions that were born out of the ICU settings. It wasn't a technology lab trying to find solutions. It was actually coming out of working in the ICU settings and figuring out what are the key challenges. Started with sepsis, big problem, as we all know, and segued into antimicrobial resistance, as we all know now. Even Prime Minister Modi mentioned about this in the recent Mann Ki Baat. So, in working in these clinical settings, I think you're surrounded by these challenges. So, it's not a question about how do we make difficult decisions. It's a question about how do we even begin to solve how do we even start to make some of the things possible. For example, I'll start with, we all know that monitoring systems in ICUs, an intensivist can go and review the state of a patient up to 24 hours, and they can go on the monitor or to the central monitoring station, rewind back the data, what happened in the last 24 hours, and then it's overwritten, right? So ICUs are high density data environments. They generate, and this is a pediatric ICU at AIIMS New Delhi, led by Dr. Rakesh Lodha, small ICU, now it's expanded more, but generates about 1 gigabyte of data per day. If we look at 5-minute resolution, if we look at waveform resolution, it's much, much more, right? Could be terabytes. Now that data all across the world, not just in Indian settings, very few centers across the globe, they actually warehouse that data. So I think the first starting point of using or building any AI is that do we have the data? to start looking at some of these opportunities or challenges or difficult decisions. And I think that was our first, I would say, breakthrough, where we were able to actually put these data systems in place. Took some time, but then of course you don't start building, and this was 2015, you don't start building AI models right away. You let the clinicians tell you what do they need. So for example, in the neonatal ICU, finding the right oxygen saturation range for the baby, as you know, and keeping the baby in that 88 to 95 where they will not get hyperoxygenated and end up in retinopathy or end up in hypoxia is critical. And typically these are monitored by nurses at every half an hour intervals where big data can help. It's not an AI question. It's a question of very simple data streams which can create insights which are not even AI based. I think that's the first thing where we need to first recognize that what can we build in the existing scenarios where we can strengthen these systems. So it starts with strengthening. And then of course the AI questions come naturally, and once you've built that trust with the clinicians, the next questions will actually follow from them. So we typically do not, we have not had to make, the most recent example just published a couple of days ago was about drug-drug interactions in the ICUs. This is just recently accepted, so I can actually quote it. About 50% of the patients who get admitted to a pediatric ICU get some adverse drug-drug interaction. Mild, moderate, or severe, that's another question, which can be avoided or which can be ignored depending upon the severity, right? Now, these are things which do not need AI. These just need data streams, and then of course AI can help understand how can we actually flag them better, nudge the clinicians better, and perhaps improve outcomes down the line. So and this was a question that was not coming from us, this was a question that was actually coming from the clinicians. So starting from these systems and trying to build systems which help the current state of the art helps. And then of course we have AI models which look at the patient's data to predict which baby is going to crash in the next 8 hours with things like sepsis or shock or hypothermia, which then of course gets better acceptability. But then also these need a lot more validation, as we've seen in the previous panel discussions, than a simple drug-drug flagging of a drug-drug interaction or keeping the baby in the right oxygen saturation range. So I think we have to think across the spectrum of applications that is possible instead of just going for that one shiny LLM object that's probably the most exciting, but also where can outcomes improve, where can we improve the state of the art, and then building from there. So long story short, I think the difficult, we don't see these as difficult decisions. If I was too attached, no, we want to do AI only, then probably we'll give away some of these basic data science experiences and exercises, right? But I think these are stepping stones towards building, and now we have more than 2.5 million patient hours of continuously monitored data over the last 10 years at every 5-minute interval. Now even waveform data has started coming, and we are looking at putting this data on AI Kosh, which we believe will be the third worldwide initiative. The one first was Mimic from Harvard and MIT. The second is EICU by Philips. And we believe that we hope it's under approvals from AIMS. And then of course we supported by ICMR. We are looking forward to put this data out there so that we can build more solutions. So I think I'll come to the public health question. I don't want to hog a lot of time, but I think I see this as an opportunity where current systems can be strengthened.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sethi. So what I'm hearing you say is that we have to, as technologists particularly, we have to keep in mind the bigger picture and identify which parts of the picture you're going to solve through technology, whether it's AI or other solutions, and what is the uptake of those solutions is going to be like. Thank you so much. My next question is to you, Dr. Deepika. I know you have a lot of years of experience working in histopathology, and particularly your project in imaging at AIMS Delhi, which is helping generate an AI data set of images that can help clinicians screen for oral mucosal lesions. So I want you to share with the audience any example or some examples of the challenges, some key challenges that you think are to be kept in mind while developing real-world solutions particularly for pathologists, for the solutions to work for pathologists in resource-limited settings, such as in Indian public health sector?
So I think so. I'll take it forward from what Dr. Pritesh just actually emphasized. First of all, the foremost thing starts like what exactly is the problem, what we are trying to solve, and many of the times we have a solution in our lab and we want to just sort of deploy it across in low resource settings. But are those settings really ready to accept those solutions is some of the primary challenge which we fail to understand. So I think so before we get into this development exercise, we should start into finding out the problem from maybe the end users or the doctors themselves. So what we realized in the very beginning is that most of the data was lying in silos, was not very AI compatible, I would say, not very standardized. And why is that so? Because in the low resource settings, especially in public health sector, we fail to understand that there are a lot of infrastructure limitations. There won't be high capacity computers or training of the trainers of the healthcare sector who would be using the technology. And is that data which we are actually gathering is really usable in long run? So that was a primary problem which we started with, and then we started developing more of a benchmark data sets. Initially we thought it's going to be a gold standard, but we realized in that process that it's going to be just one version of benchmark data sets as of now, and this would be an iterated process. So first and foremost were infrastructure challenges. We started looking into what is the quality standards, how is the quality control, what are the standardization, are most of the public healthcare settings NABL or NABH accredited. So many of those things has to be looked into, and then that is when we started gathering the image data sets. Second, very foremost, the problem which we faced was, again, the DPDP Act which came in. So are we really, just taking a consent form, just getting a consent form signed from a patient, enough? Or do we really have to look into complete patient privacy? Does he understand what's there? Are we going to open source these data sets? So we are going to share it with our tech partners. So have we removed all the patient identifiers? Have we completely anonymized? Is it pseudonymized? So we have to look into all those parameters, and then we sort of created into developing open source data sets, approximately now 100,000 of image labeled and slide labeled data sets. But then again, what second challenge which we encountered was labeling those data sets through the domain experts, which are again doctors, how it is really expensive to get a region-wise labeling done for those image data sets to find out a solution. So all those challenges has to be looked into before we, before we actually think of open sourcing these data sets. Now comes the second challenge was that the platforms where we are going to open source the data sets, are they ABDM compliant? Are they compliant with all the patient privacy and all those standards which we heard in the morning panel discussions? Have they undergone those regulatory frameworks? So we have to look into that, and that is when we came out into publishing of those data sets. Again, what we also realized was that most of the data are lying in silos. One data cannot cross-talk with another. We have a clinical image data sets, histology image data sets, and genomic data sets. So as we go forward, there has to be some of the crosstalk happening among the entire data sets, and that is when we have seen that maybe MIDAS or AI Coach, they have the entire image repository wherein all the data sets can crosstalk to each other. And what comes out of what exactly is the benefits of these data sets once it becomes open source? I'm sure many of us already know. So we could develop one of the Arogya app, which is like, again, a tool which could help in screening oral cancer patients. So those are some of the use case scenarios which comes out of it. So having said that, I would say that all these, whenever we are trying to develop for these AI-driven solutions, we should look into first the ethical and regulatory guidelines. Second, what exactly is the problem which we are going to solve? And I think so it's best if it is a co-development exercise with the tech and the doctors, which would yield a better results. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deepika. I think that was really helpful for all our diverse audience over here. So we are nicely moving on, systematically in the course of this. So from oral mucosal, oral pathology, we're now moving to Lina, who's working with neurology and psychiatry. Lina, I know BrainSight AI is trying to move neurology and psychiatry from, purely subjective to image-driven solutions. And and these are two distinct, specialities that are looked at. So drawing upon from your experience through VoxelBox and Snowdrop, I want you to share a little bit with us about, how do you really get technology, and especially yourself, coming from that background, how do you ensure that the solutions that are being developed are actually, actionable by all your stakeholders, particularly the clinicians who'll be the main users of it, rather than what we see a lot of the times, sort of beautiful dashboards with a lot of data on them.
Thank you for that question, and it's great being here. So I think when we started, we were a group of technologists. We went to the first set of doctors, and for the knowledge of the audience, we do a thing called connectomics. And at the time when we started, there was only one other company worldwide which was doing connectomics. So we would go to doctors, and it's all very mathematical. The outputs are very mathematical. So we would go to doctors, and doctors would be like, we can't understand any of this. And so they didn't really want to work with us because we were too mathematical. And so in the beginning, what we really had to work on while we were building our solution was to both simplify the way we talk about our work, so we had to start with building out our assumptions, building out a whole bunch of assumptions around what the doctor might like if we simplify our language, what is the IP that we can create, what are the other allied things that we might have to get right. So we had a whole bunch of assumption setting that we had to do, and then we went out and tested those assumptions with the doctors. So even though they couldn't understand the final output, they could actually give us a lot of feedback on, do we have to think about the MRI when we are taking MRI data? Do we really need to look at all of these pieces? If we give you language function in this manner of a patient, would you be able to use it? So the doctor, in a lot of ways, and multiple doctors, in a lot of ways, were working with us to set those assumptions. And once we knew those assumptions were right, then we could build the solution around it. And I think that was a good learning for us, because the doctor themselves, having never seen this kind of research before, didn't know what a solution could look like. So we had to actually build something based on those assumptions and get them to do it. So I think we worked with around 20 clinicians across the spectrum, working with them, getting all these assumptions validated by them. And that helped us make sure that even the technologists in our team really think of the clinical side of things. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Lina. That's really helpful. And what I'm hearing from all of the panelists so far is to really focus on the user centricity of design. So human-centric design, as we fashionably have been calling it over the recent years. So moving on to you, Dr. Bhaskar, I know as a clinician and now working at Art Park, a lot of your work sits at the intersection of taking your clinical experience to scalable AI deployment. And from your experience, if you can share with us, where, since you also look at the strategy and partnerships, I believe, where you might have had to rethink a partnership strategy, particularly dealing with some of the challenges which have been talked about, your other panelists, like clinician skepticism is one of those challenges, or the difference between the solution, what it looks like in the pilot stage versus at the rollout stage. So any insights that you would be able to share.
Thank you, Shweta. I think even before going there, and on a lighter note, he started with sepsis and ICU, and we went on to oral cancer. She spoke about the brain. I should probably speak about aura farming now. We've gone beyond the brain. So, getting back to the topic, very well put together by all the panelists here. I'll do some bit of your job here to summarize and pick it up from there. Because when we are talking about any kind of technology integration in public health solutioning, key things what we look at usually is problem and solution, right? So there is a problem we want to solve and this is the solution we want to build. Other key things which really came out while all of them were speaking is one, people, right? So that's the most important thing. From Tav himself is a clinician. So that was a big advantage from the beginning itself because he understood the problem firsthand. A lot of us, when we are building these technology solutions, we somehow discount that. So you go on, develop a solution, try to retrofit. Now that I have built the solution, I'll go to the hospital and say, this I want you to test. That really does not work that way, right? So you'll have to work with the people from the beginning. Another P which is really important, which both of them really mentioned, right? So Dr. Deepika and Laina mentioned is the process. So between problem and solutioning, while people come before that, in between comes the process. So we'll have to really understand what is the process we need to follow. For every solution what we are developing, if it's a public health problem where we are predicting a disease, the process is going to be really different as compared to something like a screening tool what we are building. The process is going to be totally different to one what kind of Tav is developing. It's absolutely different. And also the audience whom we are serving, based on that, the processes really change. From the experience what I have had, so both from the government perspective and also from Art Park perspective, one is stakeholder management is really, really important. So your majority of strategy when we are developing any kind of digital health technology tools comes in with stakeholder management. So when I say stakeholder management, again, 2-3 things within that. One, you'll have to go to the stakeholder at the first step itself. When you have a thought, I want to solve this problem this way, ideal is go to him, talk to him, share your solution, exchange ideas, ask if this is the solution what he wants, which we should never discount. That's the first level. Second level is it has to be really iterative. Don't go to him with the full solution. So you wanted a prediction, I built a prediction, here is the prediction. Does not really work that way because it has to be really iterative. Go to them in between. Third level, once you have the solution, sit with him for the implementation. Don't ever do a hands-off approach. So if we do that, it's built to fail. So once we have the solution, we'll have to sit with them, go to them and say, this is how it's going to work. If you want to use this tool, this is how we need to use. So this is something what we have learned and seen as a possible way we can find success with. Right? So this is about the people, problem, and process. Solutioning. So beyond solutioning is technology. That's the last point I want to touch about, right? So technology is something we want to use, misuse, abuse, left, right, center. For everything we want to use AI. Do we really want to use AI? In a lot of solutions, you really might not need an AI solution. That's something what we really have to evaluate. Might be at a lot of times when a problem owner comes to you, he might come to you and say, can you build an AI engine for this? But it's our responsibility as technologists to understand, do we need AI for this? So I'm just giving an example of AI. It can be different kinds of technologies. So that's where we'll have to really evaluate and see which technology fits the best where. So the whole process of the first people, problem, process, solution, and technology has to be put in place.
Great. No, that was a very useful insight, Bhaskar, for sure. And this is an open question, perhaps, the last question of this panel, and I would request one of you or a couple of you to volunteer answering to this. So essentially what we're seeing in, as AI and healthcare are, very beautifully integrating in the Indian public health scenario. If you were to cite maybe 2 key problems that are still to be recognized collaboratively by all the actors in the ecosystem. So I know that we have talked about the human centricity of the design, the iterativeness, the importance of iterative solutions being iterative. But any blind spots that you would like the actors to be aware of, which are less talked about or which we haven't touched upon yet? Dr. Sethi, do you want to take that question?
If I understand
So as I like to say, I would just, probably make my question briefer. There's many a slip between the cup and the lip, as they say. And once we have the cup, which is probably, let's say, Thermognose is the cup, and the lip is probably your ICU care providers, what is that slip that you want people to be more aware of?
I think it's different for different settings, as Bhaskar very rightly said. Something that is developed for and designed for a tertiary care setting, high density data setting, is different from something that would work in the public health settings on the ground in the hands of ASHA workers. So I think broad brush, I think data is so if we have to look at what are the key threads here, data is obviously the thing that we need to really, quality of data needs to be improved, keeping in mind the privacy and security aspects as well. In all these questions, what is cross-cutting is also this slight tug of war between privacy as well and inclusion. When we go to approvals, I mean, CDSCO, FDA, etc., unless we have fine-grained information, for example, in a patient in the ICU, we would not be able to actually do the cuts to understand what worked for what segment or what set of people. Right, which means that we want, like researchers, as we want more and more data on the person, so that we also understand that what intersection, what lens are we looking at? What is the intersectional bias that we may be actually missing if we don't have that information, right? Which conflicts with privacy. Because if we get more and more information, obviously, if we have to put that data out someday, we are actually compromising. So when we aggregate, we will lose on that intersectional bias point. I would say that is one piece that I find largely missing in a lot of conversations, that we take broad brushstrokes about intersections and ethics, and then of course we also want the models to be inclusive, right? But for the models to be inclusive, we do want more fine-grained information, that where it does not work, where does it fail. That's one. The other thing is that we should not throw out the baby with the bath water. We also need to risk stratify the applications. Again, something that we want to look at more fine-grained rather than broad brushstrokes, that some applications may be low risk. We can give away some of the, let's say, the trade-off between the privacy and the inclusion aspect, but some applications are very high risk. And we need to build these fine-grained, more nuanced, I would say, guidelines also for different levels of application. So it won't work for the ICU to public health settings equally across. It has to be very nuanced, and I don't see that a lot in at least the policy or the guidelines document. I think that's one blind spot I would like to make.
Thank you so much. I think that's really useful, and the message that I would like to be amplified here is to have a richer and more nuanced approach to developing policy and guidelines. And maybe if we have time for one last question here. Speaking of data quality and inclusivity, and this is a question which any of you can answer. Largely, the aim of all our solutions has been, for technology to become inclusive and also to address the huge challenge that is faced in terms of data quality, particularly in the Indian public health setting. Is there any, I know there can be no magic wand for that, but then how can, with advancements in AI and technology, how do you think that our solutions can probably try to offset some of that?
At least I think I'm speaking from the perspective of a startup. A startup has very few resources, and so inclusivity is going to be very layered, right? Like with the limited resources that you have, you try and make it as inclusive as possible, and then you kind of move on from there. So for example, when we work with neurosurgeons today, the studies that we show, now when you go for an FDA, you can, and if you want to get a faster FDA and a faster insurance, what would be best is if you show that from the very beginning that you are also applicable to economically disadvantaged, you're also applicable to the set of people that you're looking for. But with limited resources, you start showing it with only a certain set of people, and you start including economically disadvantaged later. So this question of inclusivity, I mean, to the extent that your resources allow, I would say that a startup can do only as much. So that's my answer to this one. Yeah.
So maybe from the public health settings, I can so what we have been trying to do is, like, once if you are trying to develop image data sets or you're trying to gather your data, it should be definitely a diverse data. So the more diverse, so for example, for our work on oral cancer, we had the hub-spoke model wherein from all zones of India, like north, south, east, west, and center. So we were trying to gather the data from all the different institutes, as well as, and which was being hosted at AIIMS itself, so that we have a diverse data sets, which can basically, so that we can have a robust model, one. Second, when we were trying to develop the benchmark data sets, we also realized that that's not something which our model is going to work on. It's going to have a very unclean data. So it's better to have, and very rightly once Raghu also visited us and he said that, don't throw away your garbage data, because that's going to be very important, which we thought that, okay, that's a retrospective data when we did not have any quality checks right there. So, but that data was very important because that's going to be used if you develop certain AI model and you are going to test it. So that's what I've realized, that, of course, having said that, that does not undermine your quality control. So you need to have certain SOPs, which again are different for different settings. What Dr. Tapratish rightly pointed. For different use case scenarios, you are going to have, for example, if I talk about a pathology lab, you have different accreditation. So you need to do a quality control check. Again, for the image data sets, you have FAIR, all those. I think so guidelines are already there. Now we just heard about the regulatory guidelines also for the platforms. So I think so we need to understand those guidelines, as well as try to see whatever data sets we are trying to create are helping in that. And so that was for your second question. But just wanted to add for one other point which we missed maybe throughout this panel discussion was whenever we are trying to develop some solution, was that we should always try to develop a solution regarding patient-centric. Whenever, especially in the healthcare settings, many times we just get so engrossed in developing the solution, data sets, or developing the process, but we forget sometimes that why we are developing. So we have to keep the patient always at the center. Yeah.
Very rightly said. Thank you so much, Dr. Deepika.
So I was about to add the same point. Thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Deepika. So we missed out the patient in the midst of all of this. Just another point on the data front, right? So another major gap what we really miss out upon is we speak a lot about data warehousing and how do we collect all this data and etc. But are we building the data awareness among clinicians themselves, right? So all of us know data I don't want to give away, that's the gold mine, etc. But we spoke a lot about how do we anonymize the data, de-anonymize the data, store data, etc. But a lot of clinicians today who are practicing really are not aware about what data should I store, what data should I share, what am I supposed to do with it, what I can do with it. So that data awareness initiatives has to build. So only then you'll have a lot more innovations coming out of it. So that is something which is a critical gap.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I know there may be a lot of, this discussion can go on for much longer, but we are pressed for time. And I would love for the audience to please take the questions for the panelists at the lunchtime. Please hold on to those thoughts very dearly. And yeah, just closing thoughts for this panel. Thank you so much, for bringing out the human-centric design, human centricity angle very nicely among all the speakers, and to point out some critical gaps that we as actors in this ecosystem really need to be mindful of. Once again, I would like to thank you all for your precious time today and gracing us with your presence. And yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Over to you all.
I request all panelists to stay on stage. Thank you, Dr. Jindal, and all panelists for that insightful discussion. Your experiences and ideas have greatly added value to our understanding. Now, I would like to request Sanjeev Mittal, sir, to come once again and felicitate the panelists. Sir, please come on stage. Thank you, sir. Now we return to our innovators in startup pitching session part 2. In this segment, we'll hear about 6 more startups with 5 minutes each to present how their solutions leverage AI in biotech and medtech. Since this would be the last section, and after this we have the networking session, we will not be having any questions this round, since you can directly interact with the startups at their booths right outside near the lunch space. Once again, I invite Dr. Sanchita to moderate the pitching session. Dr. Santrika? Yeah, sorry.
I'm here.
Yes.
I
Ma'am,
can
you're
get
here.
started.
Sorry, please.
Start with an apology for standing between you and the lunch. So please have a little more patience with us, and we are going to hear a snapshot of 6 more innovations of AI in healthcare. And without wasting any more time, I would like to start with the startup Easiofy. May I request the founder, Meenal, to come and present her pitch. We will not be taking any questions, unfortunately, in the interest of time, but definitely you can take the questions to the founders in discussions during lunchtime.
Hello everyone, I am Meenal Gupta, founder of Easiofy Solutions. So Easiofy Solutions, we are all women team. We are all 3 co-founders. Easiofy Solutions, we have a platform that is Imagix AI. It is a AI-driven precision onco platform that is full stack solution from imaging to treatment. It's a platform for medical images. When we talk about medical images, it is CT scan, PET scan, MRI, X-ray, etc. It's a cloud native and AI-powered platform. We have deployed our solution in 14 states. We started from Vidisha and deployed our solution in Northeast region. And currently, you can see 2 more green markers over here. They are in Gujarat and UP. That is our very recent deployment. We have 4 patents, we have 3 studies and 1 publication. We are CDSCO certified, and we are ICO 13485 certified as well. Yeah. So talking about the problem, we all know that there are around 20 million new cancer cases. And when we talk about the delay of treatment, it is somewhere around 2 to 4 weeks. It is not because of the intent. It is because of the manual workflow that is present and the data that is sitting. It is in silos. So here, which creates delayed treatment and a risk and patient anxiety. This is where we come in. We have created a Magix AI platform, which where as soon as the patient reach and simulation has been done, the CT scan, PET scan, etc. is uploaded on cloud. We provide a basic AI analysis. Tumor load is being calculated, and based on that, tumor board calculates. Tumor board decides whether the patient has to go for radiation therapy or surgery or both. Once this has been decided, we have created a workflow automation, that is contouring. We have automatic contouring for this, where we identify tumor and OAR. OAR here is organ at risk. So here our major purpose is to identify which all organs that are surrounding the tumor are at risk. When radiologist, oncoradiologist, when they do this process manually, it takes around 90 minutes, but using our AI, it comes somewhere around 15 minutes. So here we have created a 6x faster solution. You can see the second solution, that is Magix AI 3D. This is used for surgery planning, where we provide a personalized 3D of CT scan that has been created over here. Here the purpose is to save the healthy tissues. These are various solutions that are being provided by Magix AI, where Magix AI Core, which provides the storage and viewing of the medical images. Then we have neuro suits, then X-ray suite and onco suite based on various solutions. This is the demo of our solution, where we have segmented various organs. And on the right hand side, you can see the organ list. This is the 3D that is being provided, that we use for surgical planning. Talking about the impact and traction, we have deployed our solution and we have done our pilot study with AIIMS Bhopal, AIIMS Delhi, Tata Memorial Guwahati. We have deployed in 12 hospitals across India, and we have around millions of data on our platform. Currently, our analysis, if we talk about the data, it's around 1500 data that is uploaded on our platform on daily basis. We are deployed in a public hospital also, and you can see the urgency that is required, and we are always on foot for them. You can see the traction and the people having analysis on daily basis. These are few of the snapshots. And these are the available contours that are being present for brain, abdominal, liver, and lung and cervical. This is our team. I am Meenal Gupta. Along with me is Noor Fatma and Sheetal Tarkas. They are the co-founders. We have a key team of salesperson, Rajiv. Along with us, we also have doctors, Dr. Manish, Dr. Kaushik, and Dr. Sampath, who guide us for clinical things. And we have a AI expert, Naveen Sharma, who has somewhere around 25 patents for the solutions that he has been provided. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meenal. We will take the questions after this session. So please connect with Meenal post this session. Inviting the next startup, APre Innovations.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity, HS Foundation, BFI, FITT. So, I'm Prabhu Balasubramanian, representing APre Innovations. We are a spin-off from a research lab at IIT Delhi. We are building automated microscopy platforms with AI-assisted disease diagnosis. We are starting off with cervical cancer, a disease where early diagnosis can save lives. So coming to the problem statement, for India, for a country like India, we need to conduct at least close to 2 crore tests annually for the effective management of disease like cervical cancer. And all these diagnostic infrastructure is fully concentrated in tier 1 cities. And if you can see in the graph, 75% of the diagnostic labs are situated in tier 1 cities, and tier 2, tier 3 and rural areas lack access to these diagnostic infrastructure. So the main preliminary screening method for cervical cancer is pap smear, and it is primarily done through manual microscopy systems. In tier 1 cities, we have full-fledged automated platforms, right from the sample preparation to the imaging platforms, whereas in tier 2, tier 3 and rural areas, even now the manual microscopy is in place for the primary screening. So the main concern with the manual microscopy is right from the sample preparation, you need a skilled manpower to prepare the slides, create a uniform smear, then stain it properly as per the protocol, and then you have to visualize it, and you have to come up with an interpretation, and it introduces a lot of human errors right from the sample preparation to the interpretation. And there is a lot of fatigue involved for even for the skilled technician we cannot fully rely on their interpretation. And when we apply all these things, when we apply with all these variations, when we add AI on top of it, you're introducing a lot more noise. Right from the sample preparation, wherein different stains, different protocols, we are collecting, digitizing those images with different objectives, with different camera sensors, different illuminations. With all these variability, when you add these images to your data set, you're introducing a lot of noise in AI, which can create a lot of regulatory validations over a period of time. So our solution is to control this variability right from the source. We developed 2 platform technologies for sample preparation and for digitization. For sample preparation, we have developed a platform technology called AutoStain, wherein you need to add 4 samples at a time, and the platform automatically creates a uniform smear, stain it in a span of 20 minutes, create 4 slides. These 4 slides can be introduced to your imaging platform called Autoscope, wherein these slides will be digitized in high resolution, and high resolution images will be collected with multiple stacks, and this can be processed with our edge compute module deployed on the site along with this device. Can process all these images and classify them into different types of cells, create a preliminary report. This report can be integrated to a cloud server or a local server where a pathologist can visualize all these things and come up with the final report. So combining these 2 technologies, right from the sample preparation and imaging, we are coming up with an AI model which can reliably give us consistent good results. So based on these 2 technologies, we have digitized close to 100 slides from our clinical partner at Safdarjung Hospital. And using this, we have developed 2 models, one for the cell detection, wherein when you add the slides, in real time, we can digitize as well as detect all those cells. And these images will be cropped, and it will be processed to another model, which classifies them into different types, creates a report, and it can be stored locally, or a remote pathologist sitting somewhere else can review all these slides and come up with the final report. So as far as the traction is concerned, we have full collaborations with clinical partners. For cervical cancer, we are working with NICPR, Noida, and Safdarjung Hospital. We are parallelly working for multiple diseases, tuberculosis, malaria, and we have clinical partners for them also. So we have 5 technologies transferred from IIT Delhi to IUCRIUM, and we have 4+ products. We have just showcased only 2 here, another 4 in pipeline. And we have received few expression of interest from industry partners. We are a bootstrap company, and we have few angel investors who are supporting us strategically in multiple forms, right from the business development to the market reach. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to hear from you during the networking session. That's all from my side. Thank you.
So hello everyone, myself Yogesh, founder of Enthudesk Design Private Limited. Today I am here to discuss about a problem which is basically accumulation of fluids within the lungs. Sometimes fluid can be water or as well blood also. So to remove these kind of accumulation of fluids, currently the devices which people are using, doctors are using, are quite thick. You will be able to see out here. It's quite thick, and if you want to see, it is like this, right? So to remove the fluid, it is so cumbersome for the patient, and it can cause multiple complications as well. These are the current solution, how the process goes. So this is basically a thoracostomy procedure, and because of it, there are many complications in the later stages because of using these kind of tubes. So we came up with this kind of device. It is basically a sort of cannula, and the process is also quite simple, like cannulation, but you need to insert it through the pleural cavity. To overcome the problem of indication, like previously if you have seen in this slide, a thumb or finger needs to be inserted before the insertion of the tube, so that doctor will be able to understand that it is reached to the pleural cavity. So to overcome this, we have made a novel solution, which is basically a whistle-based mechanism as well as a visual indicator as well. So once it is reached to the pleural cavity, it can indicate that you have reached to the proper space. Then you can remove the trocar of it, that is basically a needle, and once it is removed, you can attach it with the help of some bandage. So apart from this, we'll be able to add our device with these auxiliary devices as well, which are readily available in the hospital. For an example, like vacuum pump is required sometimes if fluid is thick, like that. So we don't have any competitor in India right now, but in other countries, and they are having a similar kind of device there. So the novelty of the device is basically comes with the indication mechanism as well as the water-based, the one-way valve mechanism basically. So which is like overcoming the problem of water one-way valve, which is something looks like this. It is the size of one-way valve, and what we are providing out here is quite small. I'll be able to showcase you the device as well. This is the size of device, and this is the one-way valve which we had made, which we can use it in even in the air ambulation as well. So Tamsam SOM wise, if you'll see, SOM is around 1.7 lakh crores worldwide, and around 19,000 crores market is in India. So currently we are in the stage of regulatory approval. We got the MD13 license, and we are in the process of documentation of ISO 13485. Thank you. So if you have any questions or queries or comments, we can definitely discuss over the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next startup is Bharat Helix.
Hello. So infectious disease such as tuberculosis and human papillomavirus cause cancers. Sexual transmitted disease cause millions of lives every year, especially in limited settings area. And traditional method of diagnostics required skilled manpower, a very expensive laboratory, and also it requires multiple manual steps, which creates contaminations and a lot of errors. Most of these patients will go to centralized laboratory. We called it BSL-3. That is what patient has to wait for from 24 hours to 72 hours, even in a very good facility like in Delhi. And we have all experienced COVID-19 pandemic, that we understand that providing this diagnostic facility to the very needed people in villages and towns were very difficult and challenging. So since 2019, me along with my team, Hannah Joseph, I have completed my graduation and master from IIT Madras, and we started working on a system called Lab in a Box. So Lab in a Box is a AI-powered, fully automated cartridge-based real-time PCR system that perform all the necessary steps which is required in nucleic acid amplification test, like lysis of genetic material, purification of genetic material like RNA and DNA. Also, dryer is involved in that, and then finally we amplify the result. Also, we just not only detect the disease, we also find out the mutations and variants in the disease. And everything will we get the results in less than 2 hours through our systems. So why we involve AI in our system? Because through this pandemic, we understand that find out where is that particular variants exist was very important, and also monitoring the patients that regional wise, and also to understand in which climate the particular disease is getting spread. So because to understand this outbreak, we put some layers of intelligence to monitor all the patient from a different region. So if we say, like, we have deployed in our machines in 780 districts across India, so we can understand that which state and which districts are getting contaminated through particular diseases. So when we started this developing this product, it's not in my mind that I have any competitions. I just wanted to advance this technology more accessible, affordable, and faster than any existing system. So we understand because it is very complex to handle this infectious disease such as tuberculosis, because it comes with the aerosol infections and contaminations. So mostly we are providing here complete end-to-end automations and then AI interpretations to understand the results, because we have gone through this data across hospitals, and we really understand that most of the doctors have a problem to interpret the results when they get this results from a traditional PCR. There is a lot of noisy graphs are there. So sometimes they feel that negative and false negative results, they called it false negative result, that early interpretations was not correct. So we have put it that AI layered into that, so doctors can easily understand, and also it's a cloud-based data, so we can monitor everything from anywhere. And the cost is going to be lower than any existing system. So the thing is, if we go to any existing method for a diagnostics, first they'll detect the disease and then they'll go for a variants, the mutations in the disease. What we offer here, a complete comprehensive test, that in a single test you can find out the disease and as well as the mutations in that. So we have a panel-based testing, like for a tuberculosis, we have 5 type of drug resistance and human papilloma virus. Yeah. And we also have a fever panel, including this malaria and other things. Thank you so much. We have one more page. So we are already developed our functional prototype and cartridge, and we also done this inside validations for tuberculosis, and our cartridge can accept multiple type of samples. So we are now into this ICMR validations pathway forward. That's all, I think. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
We now have DigiDesktop.
Hello. Thank you. I think this is the last presentation?
No, there is one more.
Okay, second last. Okay. So I'm founder of DigiTXDoc. Worked for around 14 years in corporate. I've been part of research organizations, research in Siemens, and then Bosch for quite some time, and then IBM, and then started my activity incubated in IIT Delhi. Okay. So the traditional pathology actually create bottlenecks. So, the pathology is used everywhere. It is the gold standard report to start any cancer-related diagnostics. And it is used not only in the cancer-related diagnostics, precision medicine, infectious diseases, you can name many. But still, the pathologist is using the classical microscope and for the diagnostics. You just forget about AI, many of the places, most of the places, maybe the penetration of maybe the digital pathology in India is less than 5%, I can say. And US and Europe, it is maybe 20-25%, that's it. This is a major problem. The reason being, the labs or hospital will not be able to scale because it is a person-dependent system, right? It is not a system-dependent. Once you make a system, I mean, it is something dependent on person, how you can actually scale it? So one of the major problems the labs and hospitals is actually facing is they are not able to scale it. Whether it is histopathology, okay, but histopathology we can actually be 100% digitized and all. So this is what the major problem that we are actually solving. And how do we solve this particular problem? There are 3 pillars to it. The first one, digitization. Second one, AI. Agentic AI and automation. So what we have is a system which will be able to digitize the glass slide. I think many are coming from the health tech, so I don't have to tell you what the glass slide and how it actually. The pathologist sit in front of a microscope and then keep this particular glass slide and do the diagnostics. Now you have to somehow digitize this particular slide, right, so that you will be able to do the the pathologist sitting in front of a screen and do the diagnostics, and before they are looking into the screen itself, some AI is actually taking care of maybe partially or maybe whatever percentage it is, depending on the scenarios, the diagnostics. And these images that you are actually, it is not just a photo, it is microscopic photos, right? So there should be a technology with which you are stitching this particular microscopic images together so that you will be able to get the image, the whole slide images. So an device is required for it. And then definitely before the pathologist looking into it, it has to be managed, right? It has to be integrated to the clinical workflow. See, a system without integrated into a clinical workflow, it is not usable. This is many of the panelists has really mentioned, the previous panelist, I think from the Art Park, the colleague has mentioned clearly, if you are not looking into the hospital, the workflows, and you are not integrating it, you are not integrating the EHR EMR system, it is not usable for them. So this is something that we are solving. And the next thing is collaborative workflow platform. The image just which you are creating is actually 3 GB. Okay, you are making a cloud-centric platform, the native cloud platform, and then you are saying the 3 GB images and maybe 5 slides, that is around maybe 15 GB per slide, and this we have to keep for maybe 5 years as per the law. This is another cloud problem that you have to solve technologically. This is another thing that we have to resolve. And patent applied also, couple of patents on this. And the seamless healthcare integration, EHR, EMR systems and all. The product offering that we have contains the image management platform and the AI integration suite, image agnostic viewer, because we not only support our partner hardwares, but other hardwares, which is very costly, it actually starts with maybe 1 CR, 2 CR and all, okay, which actually will be the cost of maybe setting up a lab, histopathology lab in India. Okay, so that is the reason. So you can actually name the reason why it is not actually flourishing in India. So this is something that we are actually solving in our solution. We connect with the labs and hospital who is actually dependent on the classical microscopy to transform their system completely digital. That is what DigiDX is doing. And In this journey, we have raised fund already pre-seed, and we have around raised 1.5 CR and another 2 CR we are raising. And incubated here and multiple other institutions we are part of. I'll just take you through a couple of minutes of the video.
I think the time is up. There's a video?
Yeah, maybe 1 minute video I'll just play. That'll be fine. Okay.
Welcome to DigiDXDoc, the end-to-end digital pathology solution that transforms labs dependent on manual microscopy into AI-powered diagnostic centers, delivering unprecedented scalability, efficiency, and accuracy. Manual microscopy slows diagnosis and limits scale. DigiDXDoc empowers your lab to deliver fast, consistent, and secure pathology services. Let's dive in. The workflow begins with glass slide samples being scanned using whole slide scanners. Once scanning is complete, the high-resolution digital slides are automatically uploaded to our secure cloud platform. The scanned slides automatically appear in our DigiDXDoc platform listing. Here is where DigiDXDoc's EMR integration shines. Using the slide number, our platform automatically fetches relevant patient data from your electronic medical system. Clinical history, patient demographics, and case information are seamlessly integrated and displayed alongside each slide. Everything the pathologist needs is now available in one centralized location. Now for case routing. I will click on this case and assign it to a pathologist using a drop-down selection. With one click, the case is routed to the pathologist. The assigned pathologist immediately receives notification and can access the case from their dashboard.
So I'll stop here, the AI integration. So the further things are, it is actually collecting the data, make sure that before the pathologist is actually looking into Ki-67 related markers are identified, it is reported, and the partial report is already generated. Once annotation is done, the pathologist is actually, the life of the pathologist is easy. Now, I just want to close it with one last point. The reason is, see, pathologist who is actually experienced pathologist sitting at AIIMS Delhi, and they are, and maybe a corporate hospital, they have another maybe institution in Bangalore. This neuropathologist is not, their skill is not getting used if there is no digital pathology, right? They are limited with their premises because the slide has to be coming in the post so that they will be able to report. That is one of the biggest problems that we have to resolve. So with that, I just close. We'll be happy to connect with you in the networking session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have the final startup, Genomic Solutions. Dr. Diksha.
So first of all, I would like to apologize to stand between you and lunch. I'm the last test presentation of the day. Thank you, Dr. Sanchita, for introducing me. My name is Diksha Bhartiya. I'm a genomic scientist and the founder of Genomic Solutions. It was during my postdoctoral research that a lot of my friends who were working in labs and hospitals here used to reach out to me for some wrong reports in genetic tests. And when I used to look at those data sets, I realized the problem is not with the data. The data was more or less clean, but the problem is how the data was analyzed, interpreted, and reported. And that's when I realized that there's a huge requirement of working on how genetic data, especially for various diagnostics and screening tests, need to be worked upon, build proper scalable solutions so that we can revolutionize this entire field of reporting such results to the public. And though I started solo, I'm really glad to tell you that now we have a team from diverse backgrounds, sales, research, clinical, and cumulatively we have more than 100 years of experience as a part of our team. So like I mentioned, the problem, everything started with those couple of wrong reports that are encountered. If I look at the scientific point of view, we understand that the human genome is very, very complex, 3 billion letters in the DNA. One single change in any of those base pairs can lead to a fatal disease. Now we have to identify one single change in those 3 billion letters, and it's a very computationally intensive problem, not very much manageable by the labs who are using traditional ways of working on the data, analyzing and reporting that results. So it is a very computationally intensive problem. That's why it's leading to misdiagnosis or delayed diagnosis. But what is it actually causing?
this particular disease, delayed diagnosis or misdiagnosis, actually leading to a lot of financial and emotional burden on not just the patients, their families, in general in the community in whole, as a whole. And in fact, 41% of the infant mortality rate is because of genetic diseases. If you look at the market size of the global genetic testing is also increasing at a very high CAGR, and in fact, Asia Pacific region is one of the fastest growing market. If I take a step back and try to explain you what we are exactly trying to change. So, for example, if a patient reaches to a doctor and doctor identifies that there has to be a genetic test to be done, the patient sample, blood or tissues in case of cancer is taken, and the genetic test, mostly a sequencing based test, is being performed, and the problem starts here once the data gets generated. To give you a context, one simple regular genetic test generates around 8 to 10 GBs of data per patient. And when you start analyzing that, it generates like around 5 to 10x of the data size, and it's just one patient, and we are like doing so many tests per day. So how do you do that? And that's why there are a lot of such problems with the reportings. To solve that, we developed a scalable platform, a cloud-based dashboard which can be used as a plug-and-play model for any particular diagnostic lab or hospital who's doing these genetic tests, where the genetic data can be uploaded directly to the dashboard, and which goes through different layers of our algorithms, where we have a genome informatics algorithm coupled with various AI-enabled and AI and ML-enabled modules, along with finally pushing it to a generative AI module to generate very comprehensive, detailed reports, along with not just the insights about what the variant or what the mutation or what is the cause of that particular disease, but also how a doctor can take a better decision based on the clinical relevance. Now, if I'm going to talk about that particular dashboard to a lab, that doesn't make sense. And because, and as what was mentioned in the previous panel by Dr. Deepika, that we have to be patient-centric, and here we try to be lab or diagnostic lab or hospital-centric, how we can summarize the entire workflow, the AI-enabled workflow, into a solution specific to a particular lab. So we have classified our algorithms into 5 different outputs or 5 different products, which take care of the diagnostics of the inherited genetic diseases and cancers, because it's also a genetic disease, and also classified those products in the screening for screening such inherited disorders in a carrier stage, where at a preconception or pre-implantation stage, or as at a newborn stage, where we are screening for treatable genetic diseases in newborns. And in fact, the patent has been also filed for that particular product. Now, the current competitors that we have in the market are exactly missing that point, that if either they are talking about a generic product for a genetic reporting, and that's why they are missing on specific instances where we have to report specifically for let's say a pediatric disorder or a particular set of other disorders, and that's why, which makes them not very much applicable to a particular lab setting. So that's what we try to segregate ourselves and make ourselves as a comprehensive platform, not just an automated platform, but a platform which can provide us a long-term value. And that's where the AI-driven genomic intelligence comes as a forefront of what we are doing, which is not just helping us classifying the variants, the mutations, the causal factors, but also using the clinical phenotypes of the patient and embedding that back into the system so that we can provide better genetic insights, and as a part of which can be provided as a part of our report. And so the diagnostic platforms are already in the market. We developed them with the help of collaboration with AIMS and other hospitals, and now we have both the platforms are in the market, and we have onboarded very well-known private diagnostic labs and hospitals as our clients, and the screening solutions are in the validation stage, and we are performing the validations with Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi. So as a part of our milestones that we are going to do, we have already, we are ISO certified, we are in the process of getting CDSU approvals, and expand our solutions from these categories so that we can start launching various commercial versions of screening platforms and expand the portfolio of tests in the coming few years so that we can have a D2C family screen there. So that's all from my side, and that's my thank you slide. And if you have any questions, I'm open for questions during the lunch and session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diksha, and sorry for rushing you up. So with this, we come to the close of the startup pitches. Huge round of applause for the innovators, and thank you everyone for staying put. Over to you, Akshat. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all startups for this second round. It's truly inspiring to see such talent and innovation, and we wish all these startups great success moving forward. As we come to the close of this pre-summit event, I want to express our heartfelt thanks to everyone who made this day possible. Thank you to all our speakers, panelists, moderators, and startups for sharing your knowledge and passion, and I'm sure everyone gained some new insights and connections that will carry them into the main India Impact Summit 2026. Now, to wrap up, we would like to invite you to join us for a lunch and networking session. All startups, I basically request you to go and mat your boots after having lunch, obviously. And all FITT members, BFI members, and members from Helping Soul Foundation, please come on a stage for a group photograph. Thank you.
Sanchita is here. Sanchita is here. Kaun missing? Shweta? Faraz? Faraz ko kaun? Shweta ko? Shweta? Acha. Who's missing? Aapki team? You are next from Fit. और किसी को बोला ना Fit का? चलो आप भी ठीक है.
Everyone is in meeting.
Can we ask them to clear this?
बैठी बैठी अच्छा भाई कुछ लोग बैठ जाते सभी करे नो नो
This is okay. So, okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Take one photo with the project. अच्छा मकान. अच्छा आगे आइए.
Please come. Please come.
Congratulations, everyone. Well done.
I was recording. Oh, yeah.
You're from making?
Yes, I'm working with the data analyst in
Okay,
India.
okay.
Today I'm allotted the beauty of a repertoire for this.
Oh. Please have lunch with us. Huh? Bye.
Now you can rest when you are. आप वापस कब जा रहे हो?
Congratulations आशीष जी, हो गया फाइनली. चलो अब. हाँ? अरे हमारे पास बहुत मीटिंग्स थी, मुझे भी बहुत मुश्किल थी.